new year 7. It is lovely to welcome you to the Polesworth School. My name is Mrs. Favour. I will be your head teacher for at least the next 5 years and hopefully the next 7 years. I want to formally welcome you to your induction day. You are going to experience a wide range of activities today, and I hope you get a thorough enjoyment out of all of them. You're going to have a wide range of things that you will take part in. So you will have things like lesson activities. You will be given a tour around the school by Mr. Roston, who is your transition coordinator. You will meet your tutors potentially. You will meet your head of year and assistant head of year. So there is a full day ahead of you. We want you to thoroughly enjoy it. We are absolutely devastated that we cannot welcome you onto site formally and induct you in the way that we would like to by having you moving around site and getting used to it. But don't worry about that, because what we are intending to do is in September on your first day, we're going to try and make that as much of an induction day as we possibly can. But for now, from me, all that I want to say is hello. I want to welcome you officially to Polesworth. Welcome to our family. Have a wonderful day, and I very, very much look forward to meeting you in September. Take care and see you soon.
Good morning, Year 6. My name is Mr. Austin Smart. You know who I am already from your, well, it actually says it on the screen, doesn't it, over there? I suppose what you could call me is I'm the host for today. And I, along with Mr. Warden, your head of year, who I will introduce you to in about 30 seconds, we are going to be with you all day today. Now, I just want to give you a few housekeeping things. So, the beauty of doing things on a live stream is that I have the ability to block you. So if I feel that there are any inappropriate comments on the chat, then I will block you. Obviously, that's not going to happen because you're all going to be really well behaved all day. Also, you will see if you're watching via YouTube or watching via Facebook that we have put that you can put some stuff into the chat. I want you to ask questions throughout the day. There are going to be opportunities as well through the day for you to ask any questions that you might have. Now, I'm just going to introduce you to Mr. Warden. There he is.
Good morning. How are we? I hope we're all well. I hope we're excited for today. I hope we're excited for September as much as we are.
Okay, so unfortunately, we couldn't really do today, like Mrs. Fables just said, we couldn't really do today in the way that we actually wanted to, but we are making the most of this situation, and hopefully this is going to be an absolutely amazing day for you. So I'm going to go straight over to your first lesson today, which is English. And at any point, again, if you've got any questions, just put them in the chat box, and we are monitoring that all day so that we can see what questions you've got and hopefully we can answer them. Okay, so what I've done is I have, we recorded us walking around school, and this is taking you to your first lesson of the day, which is English. Just go up the stairs. Hope this will help you work your way out around school, and here we go.
Good morning, Year 7. I'm Miss Hodgkinson, I'm Head of English here at the Polesworth School.
Good morning, Year 7. I'm Mr. Castledine, and I'll be teaching some of you guys for Year 7 English this year.
Okay, I'm just going to talk to you for a little bit about the Year 7 course in English at the Polesworth School. So in Year 7 you will have 7 lessons of English a fortnight, and in those lessons you'll cover poetry, prose and drama, and you will study texts from different historical periods and contexts. All of our lessons will be designed to help you in reading skills, writing skills, and to help you be better communicators. One of these lessons per fortnight will be in the library with Mr. Ray on the Accelerated Reader programme, and you'll be set fortnightly homework based on the 200-word writing challenge. You'll study a range of full texts and extracts from poetry, prose and drama. The Accelerated Reader programme in school is something that we use to help promote reading across the school. And we value reading very highly in the English department, as we believe it's the key to making good progress in all of your subjects. In addition to your classwork and homework, we ask you to read for 10 minutes every evening, and you record what you read in a diary, and your parents then sign that and you bring that into school every day. The Accelerated Reader programme, when you start it in September, will involve you doing a quick quiz online, and this will determine a reading age for you. And then in the library we've got a vast range of texts that you can choose from suitable for your ability. You then take those books home every fortnight, and when you complete them, you can complete short online quizzes that when you pass, it means you can progress to the next book. We do competitions throughout the year for the person that reads the most words, the person that improves the most on their reading age, and things like that. There's lots of competitions involved as well. So the Year 7 course, what you'll be studying in Year 7, in Term 1, you'll start a unit on poetry from other cultures that we're going to introduce to you shortly. And then you study creative writing. In Term 2, you study a topic called Shakespeare's Villains, which introduces you to Shakespeare. It introduces you to his life and his times and Elizabethan and Jacobean context. You then look at how text is structured for effect. And then in Term 3, you'll be doing a project on Sherlock Holmes. This will introduce you to the genre of detective fiction, and you'll study selected Sherlock Holmes short stories within their Victorian context. And then in that term, we'll look at closely analysing different texts, and you'll be given lots of extracts from different texts from different ages, and you'll be learning the key terminology to help you with analytical essays.
Okay then guys, so as Miss Hodgson just said, your first unit is on poetry from other cultures. So, poetry from other cultures, obviously, as it says, you're looking at different areas of the world and how they interpret literature and how they interpret poetry. So, our big question is, what do you think it means by culture?
Religion, who I think. Are you replying?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, sure.
Is it wrong? Maybe they're all going religious instead of culture.
I know. Different beliefs.
Who's in Warwick?
Oh, look at the spelling of Warwick. Oh, God.
So we've just got a short clip to show you.
Any questions? mean, different behaviour, spelled
Okay, so as you can just see from that clip,
Behaviour.
culture is a really interesting
I
dynamic
didn't even
thing
know
of how
I
it
didn't even know how you
changes
say that.
based on where you are in the world and how different people interpret in different ways. So it's like, you know, like this chart very nicely shows you, it's, you know, art and drama, attitudes, beliefs. So, for example, something that's beautiful in our culture may be not so beautiful in Japanese culture. For example, spring is really highly revered in Japanese culture and they find the blossom, etc., to be very beautiful, whereas in our culture it's not as such. So it depends on your beliefs and things that are important to you, but that doesn't mean, which is the perspective you say, it doesn't mean certain things aren't as important as others. So it's a really nice thing to look at, to understand people in different ways, okay? So, this is a quick introduction to poetry from other cultures. It's a poem by Benjamin Zephaniah. So it's just an interesting look at how our culture, British culture, has evolved over time and all the different influences that sort of are drawn into that. So just have a quick look at that now.
Is it on? Yeah, go. The British serve 60 million.
Take some Hicks, Celts and Ideas and let them settle. Then overrun them with Roman conquerors.
Remove the Romans after approximately 400 years. Add lots of Norman French, some Angles, Saxons, Jutes and Vikings. Then stir vigorously.
Mix some hot Chileans, cool Jamaicans, Dominicans, Trinidadians and Bajans with some Ethiopians,
Chinese, Vietnamese
and Sudanese.
Then take a blend of Somalians, Sri Lankans, Nigerians and Pakistanis. Combine with some Guyanese and turn up the heat. Sprinkle some fresh Indians, Malaysians, Bosnians, Iraqis and Bangladeshis.
Together with some Afghans, Spanish, Turkish,
Kurdish.
Japanese and Palestinians. Then add to the melting pot.
Leave the ingredients to simmer.
As they mix and blend, allow the languages to flourish, binding them together with English.
Allow time to be cool.
Add some unity, understanding and respect for the future. Serve with justice and enjoy.
Note.
All the ingredients are equally important. Treating one ingredient better than another will leave a bitter, unpleasant taste.
Warning.
An unequal spread of justice will damage the people and cause pain. Give justice and equality to all.
Okay, so from that, what do we think Benjamin Zephaniah means by culture?
For your task, what we'd like you to do, ready for your first English lesson in September, is to prepare something that you think represents your own culture. You need to be prepared to share this with your teacher and your new classmates.
Okay, so you can do a range of things, as the list says, a poem or a book or a short story, an essay, a collage, anything you desire, but the main thing is it brings out you, your culture, your background, your history, so we can get to know you a bit better and so can your peers. So be as creative as you like. Have a few minutes now to jot some ideas down on pen and paper, and we'll see what we can come up with for September. Awesome.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Year 7. We really look forward to seeing you in September.
It's nice to see you all guys today. See you in September. Have a lovely summer.
So, folks, yeah, as you saw there, that was just our first little taster session for you today. You may notice we're going to be slightly ahead of schedule at the minute. So what we've got here is we're walking from Drayton, and we are just going past the hall on the right, and now we are making our way down towards maths. So that we are a little bit early for our maths lesson, so we will be coming to that soon. So I wanted to take this opportunity to see if you've got any questions. I'm just looking at some of the questions. Why are we going so fast? The reason we're going so fast is because last year we went too slowly, and it took quite a long time to get from one lesson to the next. So we decided to speed it up a little bit. Now I can also see some of the questions. I'm going to get lost. Can I have a map, please, Mika? There is a map already. If you go onto the school website, if you go on to the transition page, which you can access from the homepage, you will then be able to see the map. I can also at some point say, if I could work out technically how to do this, I will even put it on the screen. If you get lost, can you follow your tutor? Of course you can. Now, the only difficulty with that is that whilst you're all in your teaching groups for most of your lessons, your tutor group it's a different group. So, but you will, I promise you. And later today, I'm also going to be interviewing some. Current year 7s, and so I've just Mr. Warden is back in the room, and we will ask them some of these questions as well about how they found it. Now, this doesn't mean an awful lot to you probably, but I have been at this school a very long time, and I've looked after transition for a very long time, and I still don't know of any child that has ever actually got lost. You could be the first, but I doubt it. You will know within about 2 weeks, you'll know your way around school. Somebody just asked about primary schools. So how many primary schools? We've actually got children coming from 28 different schools this year, which is more than I think we've ever had. So some of you are coming from our larger schools. So I'll give you a shout out there to Birchwood, Nethersole and Dordon and Three Peaks, our 4 largest schools that we have at the moment. And then we've got some people that are just coming completely on their own. Now, I won't embarrass you by saying that, but I may do later in the day. It's kind of what I like to do. So May Duprat has asked, when do we get a timetable? You will get a timetable on your first day. So on that Friday, and I'm going to talk about that Friday later on today. On that Friday, when we come back on the 3rd of September, it is literally just Year 7 and Years 12 and 13. And we're going to be running a kind of induction day on that day. And part of that will be a tour of the school and also your timetable will be given to you. What you should also have at home, and again, I'll talk about this later, I'll show you the copy of the transition book, which actually gives you an example of a timetable. How many subjects in a day would you like to answer this, Mr. Warden?
Of course I will. So your day will run, as I explained now, so you'll have first lesson, okay, that will start at 8:30. Then you'll have your second lesson. Then you'll go to tute, okay, so you'll have break and tute. Then you'll have your third lesson, and then period 4 is split. Okay, so you'll have your lunch somewhere within period 4, and then you'll have your final lesson of the day, period 5, and then that will be the end of your day. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having a look at all the other questions as well. So just having so lunch. I think Mr. Warden has just said that you have half an hour for lunch. You can bring your own food. We also have a widely stocked canteen which covers a whole variety of foods. It's half an hour. Just seeing there. Oh, I see a question from Miss Day at Wharton. Good morning, Miss Day. On your first day, I will talk about this later as well. So, and there'll also be a something going out to parents. But on your first day, you need to bring with you a pencil case and yourselves. Literally, that is all it's going to be. I may add more to that over the course of the summer holiday, but it's doubtful. You just need to bring yourself. Make sure that you're in your full uniform. And then it says here, what do you do when you arrive at school on the first day? On that first day, can I just say I'm really impressed with the amount of questions. This is a lot of questions. I thought I was going to struggle to fill this bit. On the first day, you will be in the school hall. Now, if you look on our website, on the transition page, there is already a map, a tour, a walk of me walking from the front of school up to the hall. It's really straightforward, but also because I appreciate the fact that some of you are going to be a little bit scared and a little bit nervous, which is absolutely fine. It'll be it's expected. But if there will be lots of members of staff, so your tutors, who I'm hoping you'll get to meet today as well. Your form tutors will be there. The heads of year will be there. I'll be there. We'll all be there to point you in the right direction. So I really don't want you to worry about that. Mr. Warden, would you like to answer the question about tutor groups?
So Anna's asked what we do in our tutor group. So your tutor group is basically your first point of call, I think first and foremost. That's your point of call within the school. So if you ever have an issue, your tutor should be spoken to. When you are in your tutor sessions, so you'll have a schedule throughout the week. You'll do reading, you'll do School of Character, which is similar to PSHE, and you'll also do an oracy section, which is all about discussion-based activities. You might have something in the news that you talk about. So it's all really tailored to your requirements. And then the last one is assembly. So you'll have assembly at some point throughout the week that will be with either me or another member of staff.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, sir. So I'm just looking again at some of the other questions. So someone's asked about phones. That's a pretty standard question. If it were up to me, I'd ban them, but it isn't up to me. They're not to be used in lessons. You are allowed to use them at break and lunchtime. I know that we're quite keen as well at the moment during lunchtime. Well, obviously you can use your phone during lunchtime, but quite keen that when people are eating, that they shouldn't really be on their phones. It's certainly a rule I have in my own house where I live. We do not use phones over the dinner table, and it's a way to encourage you to actually converse. I think I've told a lot of you this before when I was visiting you in your schools, but it's really weird when you've got a group of like 8 people sat around a table and none of them are talking, but they're all talking on their phones to each other. They're messaging each other. So just get rid of the phone, have a conversation. But that's just me. I'm old. Stationery, I didn't answer this one. So stationery, at a minimum, you need to have a couple of pens, a pencil, a ruler, a calculator, a protractor. If you, I mean, I think somebody asked what happens if you lose a bit of stationery. Well, one, I would suggest that you have spares anyway, because that's just being organized. And two, I think that most teachers will lend you a pen as long as it's not done every single lesson. If you constantly turn up without any equipment, then yes, there will be a consequence for that. But it isn't difficult. And I've said this before, a key to success at secondary school is to make sure that you are well organized. If we think about what our behavior policy in this school is around the 3 R's: ready, respectful, and responsible. I believe that being ready for school is of utmost importance, and being responsible for your own stuff is also of utmost importance. I am going to hand back over to Mr. Warden now for the next question.
Okay, so Ethan's asked, when do you choose history or geography? So that's actually, between me and Sir, that's quite an interesting question, because Sir's a history teacher and I'm a geography teacher. So I think there'll be a little bit of competition for you when it gets to this stage. But you'll make that decision just before Easter in year 9. Okay, so by the end of year 9, you will you'll know which one you're going to do out of the 2, and that goes with the other choices you've got to make as well. So that's the plan in terms of when you make your options, not until year 9. So you've got a long way to go yet. You've got lots of settling in to do before we get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, Ethan. I mean, jumping the gun a little bit there, but I'm pleased that you're thinking about your future. That's really, really good. Now, I've seen somebody's confused about lunch. So this is for Lucy. I do feel like, it feels like presenting a TV show when we're doing this. Lucy, can we have, yes, of course, you can bring your own food. It is not compulsory that you have to have the food at school, so in the canteen, but you can bring your own food, and a lot of people do. We also let you eat your lunch in the hall or the sports hall.
Sorry, sir, I'm trying to find that question.
It's okay. I've got it from 9/11. I'm just looking at, will you split us up into houses? That's already done. So Jaden, you're all on the letter that you got last week, which tells you which groups you're in. It also tells you which house you're in. And your tutor groups are organised in houses, but your teaching groups aren't. What happens if you are late to a lesson? I'll do the homework one first, actually.
Sorry, sir.
That's all right. How much homework do you get? Do you know, I actually don't think we set that much homework. I think people have this fear before they start secondary school that you're going to have hours and hours of homework every day. There will be homework, and you know, depending on what the subject is, if it's French or German, it might be to learn a bit of vocabulary. If it's maths, it might be to complete some tasks. It could be anything. I know in history, homework will be to finish off what we've done in class so that you got all that knowledge. What do you think, Mr. Warden?
It's similar with geography. It's either they'll get some sort of project-based homework, so you'll get something that maybe we've covered a particular topic on weather, and we want you to go away and research a weather event. That's just one little example. Or you might be asked to create something. We might be doing volcanoes. We might make a model of a volcano. So there's quite creative opportunities. But I'm just reiterate what Serge just said there. I think homework is something that's feared a lot of the time. But as a school, I don't think we overdo homework by any means.
So next question, someone's asked about house colours. So house colours, really straightforward. Arden is green, Kenilworth is blue, Stratford is yellow, and Warwick is red. Now, like I said, we are going to try and answer as many of these questions as we can. I think with the PE questions, I'm going to leave those till a little bit later, because there's always hundreds of questions about PE. So we'll get to PE a bit later today during one of the other links. Will you get homework on the first day? I doubt it, because you're not even having lessons on the first day. So I'll be very surprised if you got homework, but don't worry. We're not trying to catch you out. We actually want you to feel really comfortable and settled. And our aim isn't to make this a difficult process for you. Our aim is to actually make this a pleasant experience for you. Somebody asked about numbers. There are 270 people going into year 7 next year. That is 9 groups of 30. And on that first day, you will go straight to the hall. And also on that first day, you will be escorted to wherever you need to go by members of staff. And we will probably continue that on the Monday and Tuesday of the first week as well. Like I said, our aim isn't to catch you out. It's not to tell you off for being late. But if you are late, I mean, if you're late in the first couple of weeks, don't worry about it. There's a bit of understanding in terms of you not knowing your way around. But if you're still getting lost in March, then clearly that's a bit more of an issue, and Mr. Warden will be dealing with that. Over to you, Mr. Warden.
Sorry, I was completely lost there going through the comments. What we on?
Someone just asked about late. So the next question is, do we always wear a blazer?
Okay, so with blazers, I think when you're in lessons, it's entirely down to if you want to take the blazer off, you need to ask the teacher. That standard is set quite early. Some teachers may turn around and say, after the first person's asked, if you want to take your blazers off, by all means now you do. So it stops the disruption of the whole lesson. But the rule is when you're walking around school, you should have your blazer on, unless it's a specifically warm day and the notice has gone out to teachers that we're allowed to tell you to take your blazers off. Other than that, your blazers should be on, certainly while you're walking around the site. And then when you get into lessons, if you want to take the blazer off, if you want to have a drink, anything like that, just pop your hand up, ask the teacher. And I don't know of any teachers that's going to turn around and say no, so maybe.
No, I think that'd be a little bit unfair. So another couple of questions here that I've just seen. In terms of science, yes, you do cover the 3 different types of science, so chemistry, biology, and physics. Sports day, it's usually in the summer term. We've not had one this year, unfortunately, because of COVID. I see Corey, you've just asked about wearing masks. To be honest, I have no idea what the restrictions are going to be in September. It's always hard to know. Bullying. So I'm going to deal with this one actually. So if I were to say that there is absolutely no bullying at school or anywhere, then it's not really true. I would not say, and I can say this with confidence, I do not think that there is a particularly bad bullying issue at Polesworth. However, sometimes it does happen, and sometimes when it happens, we take it very, very seriously. Now, what I've learned over the years is that there are different definitions of the word bullying, and sometimes, and this happens quite a lot with in year 7 and year 8, sometimes people fall out with each other. And when they fall out with each other, they might then make a nasty comment to them, and then a week later they'll be friends again. And I've seen this dozens and hundreds of times over my years of teaching. And I think we always have to be very careful about how we define the word bully, because if you fall out with your best friend, that's not bullying, that's just falling out. That's part of growing up. If it continues, then obviously we will deal with that. We can only deal with bullying if we know about it. And we have lots and lots of strategies in place to ensure that if you are reporting something, that the person that you are reporting about does not find out that it's come from you. Because I know that that's a big issue for people if they are being bullied, is that they don't want to report it because they think that the bullying is going to get worse. So we have lots and lots of strategies. We have lots of members of staff who are trained specifically to deal with it. And actually you'll meet these members of staff shortly, because they are our student support managers. And I'm going to be getting them up. They'll be coming up to say hello soon. I hope that's answered your question. If you need any more information about bullying or anything, I've definitely got more that I can talk about with that. What clubs are there? Good question.
Very good question. So clubs range from anything from music to sport. even just the games. If you're not someone who's massively wants to get involved in sport and you're not much of a musician, they've got the opportunity where you can just come and play games, whatever those games may be. And certainly something that I've looked at ahead of next year is that I want to set up an environment where people can come one evening after school and they can sit down and they can play whatever games they want, be that computer based, be that board games, whatever it is that you guys have an interest in. I want to try and pull those passions out of you, be that sport, music, culture, whatever it is. So you'll definitely have the opportunity to get involved with all sorts of different clubs.
Okay, so I've just got another two that someone keeps asking. Fire drills, really don't worry about fire drills. Fire drills are, if we have a fire drill, then you just follow everybody else and we all go down to the field. Those of you at Birchwood probably have seen us doing a fire drill. So yeah, please don't worry about that. Second one was, and I'll deal with this one separately, but someone's just asked about that they're not in the same house as their sibling. That's fine. I can change that if you need me to. And Minnie Chetwynd, you're very worried about homework. I get this. I get the feeling. Teachers will give you, there's a different amount, each teacher is different. So some teachers will say you've got a week to hand in a piece of homework. Some teachers will say you're going to need to do it for the next day. It really depends what your timetable is. But like I said, we're not trying to catch you out. We're not trying to set you so much work that you have a nervous breakdown. It's not our aim. Our aim is that you to continue some of your learning at home. MFL stands for Modern Foreign Languages. Lessons are an hour long. And
there's a few here about clubs as well. Yes, there's a football club. I know year 9s are doing volleyball. I'm not entirely sure if there is a volleyball club specifically, but I know the year 9s are doing it as sort of extracurricular. But again, as I said earlier, if it's something you're interested in, it's something I'm able to put on for you. So it's something that if you've got a passion, if you've got something that you like doing, by all means, come and speak to me in September and we can see how many people, how much interest there is, and we can get something like that going. I've got absolutely no problem with that.
Thank you, sir. So I've just seen what order is the seating plan. All teachers are different. You will be in seating plans. They're not, they're basically, that's where it's a tool for us learning your names really quickly, but it's also in the current situation, it's so that we can identify bubbles should there be any cases of coronavirus. Where do we sit in? Well, you sit in the seating plan, Freya, but again, that'll be up to your individual teacher. In each tutor group, there are 30 people. Some have got 31, some have got 29, but it's around about that level. What happens if your teacher isn't there? You have a cover teacher. I'll go to Mr. Warden for that because.
Yeah, so if your teacher isn't there for whatever reason, you will have a cover teacher. Okay, that might be internal, it might be external, but you will have a cover teacher, and it will be work that your teacher has set. So yeah, that structure will still be in place. Your lesson will have still been put together by your teacher, but it will just be simply taken by somebody else. But still, the same standards are expected across the board.
Okay, so someone keeps asking about prefects. There are prefects, but not till you're in year 10. Your tutor group will remain the same throughout your time at the school. So your tutor group is one constant. Your teaching group, will change at the end of year 7. Someone's just asked about tested because we didn't do the SATs. So I have spoken with our deputy head here, Mr. Quinney, who is responsible for assessment. I've also spoken with most of your primary schools, and they've given me a kind of predicted what they think you would have got had you done the SATs in the first place. And that's what I'm basing it on. There will be some testing, but please don't worry about that at the moment. I don't want that to be something that you think about over the summer. Let's just get you started. Now, we're going to stop the questions for a little bit now, because another thing that we've organised for today is that people that work in our student services team and your form tutors will get the opportunity to introduce themselves and explain their role to you. So I'm just going to hand over now to Mrs. Williams. I will put you there. Let's put you there, Mrs. Williams.
Okay.
I can't change. There you go.
Do you want Mrs. Bailey?
Yeah, we'll do it
Do you
separately.
want to come on to this one?
We do.
Excuse our technical issues, folks. We're just, this is all new. So over to you, Mrs. Williams.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Williams. I'm one of the student support managers at the school. And I look after students that are in Arden and Stratford, but I'll also, any other student that comes up and wants a chat, they can have one. It doesn't make any difference, really. My colleague you can just see coming up, that's Mrs. Bailey. We share an office. We're both student support managers. She looks after Warwick and Arden. Kenilworth, sorry. But as I said, we cover each other anyway. So just talk to us if you see us around. We cover things to do with friendships, that if you're having problems, sometimes settling in can be quite hard. So we can help you with that. And if you've got anything that you're worried about, whether it's school, friends, home, anything, you can come and talk to myself, Mrs. Bailey and Mrs. Grigg, who's another student support manager here. We're all sort of there for you. Have you got anything to add, Mrs. Bailey?
Yeah, well, I'd like to say hello to everybody. Isn't this exciting? Never done this before. Okay, Mrs. Williams has given you a really good rundown of what we do. We also like to discuss nice things as well, not just the problems.
Definitely.
I know that some of you will be feeling nervous at the moment. If I tell you I was feeling nervous when I first started many years ago when the dinosaurs were roaming, that's not an understatement. But
No, it really isn't. It really isn't year 6.
Mr. Austin.
One thing you'll find out. One thing you'll find out year 6 is that we do have a really good sense of humour. Yeah.
And we like to see people and hear all the good things that you're doing as well. So any problems, come along and see us in student services in the next summer.
And
I'm just going to let the other student support manager come in now, Mrs. Grigg. Okay.
Hello. Hi, so I'm Mrs. Grigg. I'm one of the other student support managers here at Polesworth School. And just like the others have said, if you have any problems at all, you can pop up and see me in student services and have a chat.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like we said, they are really, really some of our most important staff in the school are our student support managers. Yes.
Can I just interrupt?
Yes, of course you can.
Thank you. Did Mrs. Williams say about the safeguarding?
No, I was literally about to say that, but go for it.
Right, okay. Mrs. Williams and Mrs. Grigg, who you've just seen, and myself, are part of the safeguarding team. We are deputy safeguarders. So that means that anything that you're going through, whether it's at home, outside of school, then we will be the people who will be dealing with it. Likewise, if mums, dads, carers are concerned about anything for you, then we will be the ones who will be speaking with them. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruskin.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bailey. Now we are we're going to possibly come offline for a minute or so. Not come offline, but I'm going to pause for a minute or so. I can fill. I think you're going to work this out by the end of the day. I'm pretty good at filling, but we just need to set up. So our next lesson is maths, and that's actually a live lesson. So I may need some technical assistance here on what I need to do. So I'm just handing over. This is Mr. Brooks, not on camera. There you go. Hello, yes, 6 again. So we've sorted out our technical issues. We're now moving to your next lesson, which is maths. This one's actually going to be delivered live, which means that Mr. White, who has just arrived, is now here ready to teach you the lesson live. Mr. White, just to let you know, is one of the other heads of year at the school, and I'm going to hand over to you now. Take it away, Mr. White.
That light shine on is great, is it?
That's okay.
It'll be all right. Just move it a little bit closer. So I want you to be able to see the screen as much as possible. This is what they can see, isn't it? Yeah, so I'll move it even closer. We'll give that a whirl. If not, I might have to adapt something. Okay. Right. Let's give that a go. See how it works out. See what we can see. So one of my favourite things to do with numbers is multiplication. And sometimes we develop loads of different complicated methods of multiplication. And it's great to have like a set procedure that we go through, especially when the numbers get messier. Sometimes, though, we can see some nice little, not tricks, but some things we can do to manipulate our numbers, which makes the multiplication a little bit nicer. So give us a sec. That's not going to be great. Can we see that?
Yeah, yes,
we can see it. All right. Yeah, okay. Might have to write something on the board. Right. So all I'm going to do is give you a minute to answer that question in as many different ways as you can. All right. So 5 multiplied by 16, and as many different methods as you can. And if you could not just type your answer into the chat, but actually how you did it. So what method did you do to answer that question? So type your method into the chat, please. So what did you do to answer that question? Yeah, so not your answer. The answer is great, it's correct. But can you type in how you did that? As in, what numbers did you do? Like, what method did you use? Just gonna see if that's any minimally. Then I can't write that. I'll have to just write on top of it instead. All right, let's have a quick look then. So short multiplication, okay, lovely. That's right, Sophie F. That's the sort of thing I was looking for. The others are great, but that's what I was looking. So she said 5 multiplied by 10, then 5 multiplied by 6, add them together. That's the sort of thing. If we look at Kieran's underneath, I think that's something similar. Yeah, same sort of idea, and then added them together. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, fine. And to be honest, that was what I was hoping for. I did it slightly differently. And the method I'm about to show you is something that we're going to dig deeper into with a couple of other questions. So I'm just going to write on top of this because it's a bit blurry, or the light shining on it. So I'm hoping that's a little bit clearer. Let me have a quick look, see what you can see. A little bit. 5 multiplied by 16. I actually thought of 16, not as 10 added to 6. I actually thought of 16 as 2 multiplied by 8 instead. So instead of doing 2 multiplied by 16, I did 5 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 8. So 10 times 8, which is 80. I split 16 up into one of its factor pairs of 2 and 8 to help me out. And then I just did 5 times 2 is 10 multiplied by 8. Right. Let me just get to... Where's it? Oh, it's this one. We've got 3 computers on the go, and I wasn't sure which one I was pressing. There we go. So we're going to do something similar with a different number. So we've got here, you can't quite see it clearly, 25 multiplied by 20. 25 multiplied by 20. Now you might have loads of different methods for doing that, but I'm going to try and use the methodology that we just looked at before with the 5 times 16 by splitting some of these numbers up into factor pairs to help me out. There's lots of things I could do, but this is all about me trying to be as efficient as possible. So it's not just about getting the answer, because we're going to use this method with harder numbers where we can't just see an answer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave 25 alone, and I'm going to split 20 up into a 4 and a 5. I know I could have done 2 and 10, but I've deliberately chosen 4 and a 5 because now I have a nice multiplication to do. 25 times 4 is 100, and I can then multiply it by 5. So I've split 20 up into a nice factor pair that enables me to do a simple multiplication in my head? Right. Can you have a go at this one? And I'm not interested in your answer, 25 times 28. When you type into the chat, I want to know what numbers you split 25 and 28 up into. If I just write down here, you want to see it. Just trying to see where the light's shining on the board. 25 and 28. There is your question. 25 times 28. I'd like to split it up so that the numbers work out nice. I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat. 5 and 28 we've got, but actually I think 5 and 28 is still quite difficult because you've still got to do 5 times 28 and then times your answer by 5. That's not nice for me. I think that's still quite difficult. Fade, yes. What have we got there? 25, 7 and 4. That's it. And same from Anna as well. And I've got a few others. Emily, it works, but I think what we're looking for is trying to do it nice in our head. If you just look at fades, now what we've got there is they've left the 25 alone and they've split 7 and 4 up into its factor pair. I'm just going to change it from not 7 and 4 fade. If you don't mind, I'm just going to swap the 7 and 4 over. So I've got 4 and 7. Just helps us see what's going on. And now I do have 25 times 4 is 100. And then I can multiply it by the 7. So we split the 28 up to allow me to have a nice multiplication. I've got 25 times 4 is 100. That's a nice number to use. All right. Give me a sec. Here's another one from me. This is my turn again, but just give me a second. This isn't my classroom and it's not the equipment that I'm accustomed to normally. But hopefully you can see what's going on clearly enough. If not, just pop something in and I'll keep telling us. What we've got here is 25 multiplied by 12. I'm going to write it again here underneath a bit bigger, just in case we can't see it. 25 multiplied by 12. Again, I'm looking for a nice multiplication that I can do in my head. 25 I'm going to leave alone. And I'm going to split the 12 up into a 4 and a 3. And straight away, I've got that nice pair again. 25 times 4 is 100. And then multiplied by my 3. So even if you could do 25 times 12 in your head, this way of thinking will enable us to do ones that are less easy to do in our heads. All right. Can you do for me then, please? 4 times 75. Split, even if you can just do the answer in your head, 4 times 75, can you split it up to make the numbers nice? What pairing can you use that make it nice? And pop it into the chat for us, please. How are you going to split these up? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, they're all coming in now. Yeah, you've split the 75 up into a 25 and a 3. We've now gone looking for that 25. Thank you. We've gone looking for the 25. In the previous questions, the 25 was there, and you broke the other number up. This time, you've gone looking for the 25. So we've split 75 up into 25 times 3, and now we do have that nice number, 100 again. 100 times 3 is 300. Okay. So same ideas now, but that 25 is not there. We're going looking for other things now. We're not looking for 25s. Remember, we're just looking for numbers that make it nice for us. What can you see? There we go. Oh. So 35 and 8, that 25 is not there. So we've got to think, well, what can we do that's going to make it nice? Let me just write it nice and big for you here. I just want to see what you can... It's really not bright at all. Let's try this one. Is that clear? That's hopefully better. 35 multiplied by 8. There's no 25 there now. It's not going to be nice to find a 10 or 100. Well, let's start just looking at what pairs. It's not quite so obvious. I'm trying to see if somebody has seen it before me. The previous one's coming in, I think. Right, 35. The first factor pair I think of is 5 times 7. So I'm just seeing if that helps me or not. And when I've got 8, I'm going to go with a 2 and a 4. Ah, I can now see where to go. I'm going to rearrange this. They're all multiplied together. And when you come in year 7, we're going to learn a bit more about this, about what we can do with numbers and what we can't. That 5 and the 2 I can shuffle the order of. I've still got the 7 and the 4. I've made it nice for myself now. So what I did was I found a factor pair to see what helped me out. And I can see I've got a 10 multiplied by a 28, which is 280. I still have to have some multiplication skills, but 280. Right, can you have a go at both of these, please? So if we call those question A, so when you're typing your answers into the chat, I don't want the answer to the multiplication, I want how you've split it up. So A and B, how have you split those up? What factor pairs did you use that enabled this question to be quite nice? Just give you a minute while we monitor the chat, see what's coming in. That's it. I can start to see you working it out now. So if we're not sure where to start, look at factor pairs that are going to be nice. 35. It's good to see us splitting up into 7 and the 5. Well, there's no other factor pairs, are there? That's it for 7 and 5. Can't do anything else. So 7 and 5. And then you've got to think what do you do with a 16. Do you want to go 4 and 4? Or do you want to go 8 and 2? I know which one I would go for. Yes, Juliet, and there's others as well. There's a few others that come as well. Yep, I would also go for the 4. Sorry, I'd also go for the 2 and the 8. Because that way, I now have a 10. Like before, we were looking for the 25 and the 4, which made the 100. I've got a 10 here. So if I change my order, I can now clearly see I've got a 10 and a 56. So 560. Right, I'm just looking for B's now as well. So let's have a look. So we've got 40 times 15. So look for a factor pair that's going to make this nice for me. Doesn't have to be that complicated. It's whatever makes these nice for you. We're just splitting these numbers up so that instead of doing long multiplication or any other method, we can do these in our heads. Ah, okay. Someone's gone with 8, 5, 5, and 3. So split 80 up into 8 and 5, correct. 15 up into 5 and 3, correct. But is that a sensible method? I'm not sure that it is. I mean, I suppose what you could do is then go 8, 25, and 3, and then you could change it 8 into a 4, yeah, 8 into a 2, a 4, a 25, and a 3. Yeah, that actually works out all right because you found 100 again. You've got 2, 100, and 3, which gives you 600 when you multiply them together. But that's not what I saw actually, and that's not what others have done. But that is doable. I thought you'd made life hard work for yourself, but no, that's okay. What others have done is 4, 10, and 15. They haven't done that much splitting up at all, actually. So they've gone with 4 multiplied by 150, and 450s, you could go 2, 2, and 150. So that's 300 times 2, 600. Same idea. The idea is that there is no right way of doing it. It's just about finding pairs which make it easier to multiply. That's all. And that method really does help us when we're trying to do things in our heads or with questions which look more complicated than they perhaps need to be. Like this one. 1.4 times 14, sorry, 1.5 times 14. I'll just write it a little bit bigger. Less obvious. You might have a way of doing that. you might have a way. And there are a few different ways, but I'm trying to see if we can use today's work to help us out. I'm going to leave 1.5 alone. And 14, I'm going to change to be a 2 and a 7. And now I've helped myself out. 1.5 multiplied by 2, 2 lots of 1.5, 1.5 by 1.5, 2 times 1.5 is 3. And I've just got my answer of 21. I've made it a little bit nicer for myself. I've removed the decimal. By changing 14 into a 2 and a 7, I've managed to deal with whole numbers only. All right. What are you going to do with that one? As a little clue, I personally would leave the 4.5 alone for a bit. Mess with the 12. Mess with the 12. What are you going to split 12 up into? That's it, techno. Lovely. So techno's gone for, they've not gone for the 4 and the 3. You can do it for the 4 and the 3, but I like what they've done, and they've gone for the 2 and the 6 instead. 4.5 multiplied by 2 is 9, and 9 times 6 is 54. That was a doable question. All right then. Let me just clean the board. I'm just going to do another few more minutes then of just playing around with numbers. And it's all
opportunity. Sorry to interrupt.
That's right.
This opportunity to wish Mr. White a happy birthday as well. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The big 3-0. Thank you. Right.
All right. Okay.
Yep. Shh. Right. I've got 3 numbers. I'm going to draw them nice and big. Write them nice and big because I'm not sure how clear it is with this shiny screen. It's actually good when you're in the room, but because of the camera, it does shine a bit of light on it. We've got 25, 3.5, and 16. Really not obvious what I'm going to go for. I'm not going to mess with a 3.5. I'm going to leave that alone for now. Do you know what? 16. I'm going to go with 2 and 8. I'm going to go with 2 and 8. And I might change my mind later. Don't know. It's not about getting it right first time. Right, is that any nicer? It is. I can pair these off and I've got 7, 8, and 25. Still not that nice, actually. I'm going to make that 8 into a 4 and a 2. I'm looking for the 100 again. I'm looking for that 100. And now I've got it. I've got 100 there. And I've still got my 7 and my 2 left. 100 multiplied by 14. 1,400. So actually, it's quite a bit of work to do there. I left the 3.5 alone, made it into an integer, a whole number, and then I went looking for pairs. I went looking for numbers that are going to help me. A bit trickier. Can you have a go then? This might be the last 2 questions we do today. Don't know if you can see them. I'm going to write them a little bit bigger. 25, 6.5, and 32. 4, 73, 0.5, and 50. Can they see those, Mr. Brooks?
Just the 73 that we're struggling.
So
No,
I know
that's
what I can do. No, I know what I can do. There we go. You can't see my work anymore, but hopefully you can see. Hopefully you can see your questions.
Lot of happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Looking forward to a present tonight. Yeah. 8 o'clock-ish, maybe 9:45. Right, we're just going to monitor the chat now to see how you're splitting these up. These are more complicated.
And guys, don't worry if you don't understand. Obviously, when you're here in the room, Mr. Watt will be able to come around and help you out. It's difficult when there's 154 people around the local area on a laptop.
I'm fast, but not that fast.
Can I give you a timed call, Mr. White?
That's all right. We're on our last questions.
Brilliant.
Frey says you don't look a day over 20.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Freya.
I hope you wear glasses.
she's looking for
first merits.
An A.
Right. I'm just going to pull the screen back up again. So I don't want to write on this. I don't think Mr. Ross will be too happy. I've broken it, Mr. Austin. There we go. There we go. Technology, right. Let's have a quick squiz at what we've got. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Right. We didn't like the 6.5. So to make that into an integer, we need a 2 somewhere. I'm going to leave the 25 alone and the 6.5 alone. And I know there's loads of factor pairs for 32. But I'm going to go for my 2 and my 16 because that turns this into a whole number now. 25, 13 and 16. Don't look very nice. I'm going to go looking for my 100 again. I'm going to go looking for my 100. That 16, I'm going to change into a 4 and a 4. Not an 8 and a 2. I've gone for a 4 and a 4 deliberately so I can make my 100. Lovely. I'm just seeing what you can see. We can see. I've got 100. I've then got a 13 and another 4. 13 times 4 is 52. So 52 multiplied by 100, 5,200. And the very last one I'm going to look at today, do you know what? I could do. Do you know what? I'm going to this 50. I could go for a 2 and a 25. No, I am. I'm going to go for a 2 and a 25. I was tempted to go for a 5 and a 10. I'm going to go for a 2 and a 25 because I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking ahead that I've got a 4 here. So what I've got is a whole number there, 0.5 times 2. I've got 100 here. So I've got 100 multiplied by 73, 7,300. So what we have got is a very nasty looking calculation. And by messing around with factor pairs, we can turn it into a slightly nicer way of multiplying in our heads. All right, and I think we're out of time. So we look forward to September, where we're going to crack on with your favourite subject. All right, enjoy your day, enjoy your summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. That was excellent. So bear with me 1 second. So what we're going to do now, we've got a little bit of a gap before our next thing. So we're going to. I've asked Year 7 tutors to come up so they can. I'm actually muted. Okay. I've asked Year 7 tutors to come in so that you can meet your.
Mine says that I'm Mr. Warden.
It does say you're Mr. Warden. Over to you, Miss Lethwich.
I'm not Mr. Warden. I'm Mrs. Lethwich Lloyd, and I will be the tutor of 7 Left in September. So I'm between lessons. I've literally just nipped up to say hello. I've made a bit of a longer video that Mr. Ruston Smart will post some point next week. Is anybody on who's in my tutor group? Do they know their tutor group?
Yes.
Oh, they do. Is anybody here? Hello, Stefania. Hello, Lucy. Lovely to see you all. I hope you're having a great day. Oh, hello.
Brilliant.
Oh, loads of you coming on now. I can't catch up with that speed. So I'm really looking forward to seeing you in September. We're going to have a great 7 years here at Polesworth together. And as long as you all follow all of the rules, we'll have a wonderful time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lethwich.
Take care. Bye.
Next up, we have got Mr. Hayward, 7HAY. Not Mr.
Yes, I was going to say. Hi, everybody. I'm Mr. Hayward, and I'm an English teacher here at the Polesworth School, and I'm going to be taking you also for the next 7 years. So I'm just here to say hello, and unfortunately, I can't see you in person, but yeah, is there anyone that's going to be in my tutor group next year that wants to say hello? See if anyone's going to pop up. So 7HAY.
Don't be shy.
I was going to say, yeah, there's not many people coming through now. Gosh, it's coming. We've got somebody. Oh, okay, nice. We've got some more. Hi, hello, everybody. You okay? Oh, that's good. Then I thought I had no tutor group. Then I was a bit worried. But yeah, lucky you. You've got me for the next 7 years. So hopefully we'll have some fantastic times. But I'll be there if you need anything or you have any concerns, then you can always come to me. But yeah, so I just thought I'd say hello. Nice to see you all. Oh, got some more people. Hello, hello, hello. So I'm very looking forward to meeting you all, and I will see you in September. I'm going to pass over to Sarah again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayward. Next up, we have got some science experiments to show you. We will, well, this is about 15 minutes, and then we will have a short break after that. But I will speak to you if you've got any more. Again, if you've got any questions, just put them in the questions box, and we will answer them as fast or as many as we can. So enjoy this next video.
Hi guys, this is Science. I'm Miss Holland, I'm a chemistry teacher.
I'm Miss Mason. I teach physics.
And I'm Mr. Roberts, and I teach biology.
Do you know what, guys? It is such a hot day today.
Actually boiling.
I am totally staying hydrated. I've got a nice carafe of water ready for me.
Water. Don't know about you guys, but I prefer Ribena. So let's have a look. Yeah.
Excuse me, I want my water back.
But it's Ribena.
No, not.
You really want water back?
I do.
Things you do for people, eh? Fine, there you go.
Thank you.
Have your water
Lovely.
back. Do you want some water?
I don't fancy water.
What
Fancy a
do you
bit of a change.
What do you want?
Milk.
Milk.
Yeah, milk.
I mean, that's pushing it a bit,
Why
but
not?
milk bottle, fingers crossed, milk. There you go.
Cheers.
See you later.
Do you want to see some magic?
You know I like magic.
Right. I want that to be blue.
Okay. Okay.
Any way possible. Still waiting.
Come on.
No, you don't believe. You don't believe. You've got to believe.
I try to believe. Yours won't work.
Lucky roll. Believe. Easy.
Is it me? I believe.
Need
How
to
can
believe.
how can it work?
Right. Simple. There's glucose,
Yeah.
yeah? Okay. We need to add some glucose.
Yeah.
Pour that in. You do it.
Thank you. All of it?
Yeah, pour it all in.
Yeah.
Okay. About 2 ml of methylene blue. Add that in. Okay. And let it settle. Put the lid back on.
It's gone. It's gone back to clear.
Now you need to
And
believe.
then, will this go blue? I believe. Yay! It has gone clear.
Well, no. So do you want to do some more magic?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, so I've got a magic wand and I want to try and make fire. So as I come across to try and ignite it, I want you to scream out a spell for me, miss, okay?
Okay, I'll have a think.
But you need to believe.
I will.
If you don't believe it won't
I'm
happen.
believing. Fire!
I don't think you've believed.
You've really got to believe.
I really tried.
You've got to go for it.
Miss Mason, do you want to try?
Yeah, ready. Born ready.
You've really got to believe. Like, really, really believe.
I
It won't work.
believe. Dip.
Get your spell ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Ready? Massey Robbie Holly Ignite! Yes! See? I believe.
Hi guys, so this is what we call cannon fire, and you'll see why in a few minutes. What I've put in so far is 30 ml of hydrogen peroxide,
and 20 ml of ethanol. So that is what is currently in there. So guys, you won't see a big sort of flame from this, but it will set fire. Yep. Perfect.
Yes.
So, we've now got a solution, it's now on fire, and we're going to add some potassium manganate when we take the little lid off. And hopefully, when we add this, we will see why we call it cannon fire.
So we made this wonderful contraption for a Harry Potter night, which also happens in school, and obviously science likes to do all the special effects. So we've got some copper burning there, but when you spin it really safely, you can see the vortex.
Right guys, we're going to do something called a whoosh bottle. So this is ethanol. I'm going to pour it into our bottle, like so. I'm then going to put the stopper on, like that. And then we're going to give it a good shake and hopefully get the ethanol all over the inside of the bottle. Okay, so get it all over like that. Hopefully it's all done. We're then just going to drain off the excess ethanol that we have. There we go. Now, we are going to put the bottle down here. If my assistant can give me my splint. Thank you. We're then going to see why we call this a whoosh bottle. Hopefully it will work.
You'll see we've got a tea light down at the end. These balloons are filled with hydrogen. Hydrogen is flammable. We've got ether that I'm going to trickle down it very gently, and hopefully the ether will then ignite and some cool things will happen. We hope. Hit the lights! Ready?
Well, hello everybody. Gosh, that was a good experiment. I really love some of the comments actually that people have written, just about experiments. We're trying to make. We want you to think it's a bit of magic. I mean, I'm not very good at science. No, I do believe in magic, operating lights and things like that. Not really. So we are going to be having a break shortly, but I just wanted to do another introduction. And this next introduction is a lady called Miss Downing, and Miss Downing is one of the assistant head teachers at the school, and she is well, I'll let her speak for herself. I will not put words in your mouth. You don't need to unmute Miss Downing because we've got it here.
That was the first question I was going to ask you. Hiya, hello, future year sevens. It's very nice. I know I can't see you, but it's very nice to be able to communicate with you and to say hello. So I'm Miss Downing, and I work with the heads of year. So you will see a lot of me around in student services. One of my main jobs is to lead on behaviour, so I'm in charge of expectations. And when you get here in September on your first day, I will meet you in the hall, and I will talk to you about our expectations of behaviour and the kind of things that we do at Polesworth, the Polesworth way, and the systems that we have in place. And that will also include me telling you a bit about our reward system. We have lots of fantastic rewards that we have in school, and lots of different ways of rewarding students. So I want to make you aware of how you can get on board with that and get lots of merit points and what have you. And finally, another job that I hold in the school is I'm part of the safeguarding team. So you met a number of members of staff this morning who work down in student services, and I work with them as well. Part of my job is to make sure that you're safe at Polesworth School. So I'm another face for you to come to if ever you have any concerns or any worries about your welfare or about your safety in or out of school. So very nice to say hello to you, and I hope you will have a lovely summer, and we look forward to seeing you in September. Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Miss Downing. So we've got about 5 minutes now before we go to our break. So if anybody has any questions at the minute, please ask away. I'm sure I can waffle on about something if you want me to. Let's talk about uniform. We've not talked about uniform yet. So uniform, you know what the uniform is. At least I hope you do. It's the maroon, burgundy maroon blazer, house tie, black trousers, or a skirt, the school skirt if you need it. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that we're going to get a chance to see Mr. Hallam today, Shay, as Mr. Hallam doesn't work here yet, but you will definitely see him in September. So in terms of uniform, so we're quite strict in our uniform. We do expect everybody to be in the proper uniform and to take a bit of pride in their uniform. So it's the blazer, it's the tie, black trousers or black skirt. The skirt has to be the school skirt. And we get this pretty much every year. If you need any help with uniform, then you need to let us know. But also, most girls, sorry, we're looking at Ruby's question here. Do girls mostly wear trousers or skirts? It really depends. I'd say the majority are in trousers, not skin tight. They're not acceptable, not leggings, just loose fitting trousers. Now, if you were to come to school in the wrong uniform, we actually have about 3 wardrobes full of spare clothes for people. We really, really do expect people to be wearing the correct uniform. And clean, yes.
The ones we lend are clean.
Oh, sorry, the ones we lend are clean, Mr. White's telling me that. Yeah, we're not going to give you dirty ones. So what does the school skirt look like? It's a black pleated skirt with the school logo on it. It's pretty obvious if you're wearing a skirt. It's pretty obvious if you're not wearing the school skirt because there won't be the logo. If you look on the school website, you will see there's a booklet about what's appropriate and what isn't appropriate in terms of uniform. I also sent a letter out to all your parents last week to explain about the uniform sale and the fact that we've had to cancel it. So ordering uniform would be a very good thing to do now. Mika, what time do we start and finish school? We start school at 8:30. That is properly starting at 8:30. We expect you to be here by about 20 past 8. And we finish at 2:40. So it's a nice early finish. So yeah, Mr. Warden, over to you. I realise I'm just waffling now. So I'm passing to somebody else to waffle.
No, it's absolutely fine, sir. Yeah, I've seen more questions here about what people bring. Some of the girls bringing handbags and they're bringing backpacks. There's a lot of questions about what you can bring. What I would suggest is stick to the basics to start with, okay? Because we notice that a lot of students, as they go through school, might start to try and push the boundaries a little bit, but you won't get anywhere with it. So with your uniform, just make sure it's spot on. Make sure you're not wearing trousers with loads and loads of buttons on. Make sure you're wearing exactly what the school required. Because if you don't, you will get picked up for it. So I can say, again, it's with things like bags and handbags. Just use something that is sensible. If you're using something that's sensible, you're not going to get into trouble. And obviously, that's the last thing we want to see. Certainly, I serve. I've currently got the Year 9 tutor group, and I noticed that more and more of the students start to turn up with trying to push the boundaries a little bit with bags, with trousers, with skirts, whatever it may be, hoodies, and it's just something that we're trying to stamp out massively. So start as you mean to go on. Sarah's just kindly delivered me my rucksack that I bring to school today. Prime example of something you can bring with you. Okay, basic rucksack. Look like I'm going on an adventure. Absolutely fine.
Thank you very much, sir. Just a couple of things about shoes. So shoes need to be black shoes, not trainers. We really don't want people wearing trainers. And like with the uniform, we have plenty of spare shoes as well to lend out. If you've got any questions about COVID-related incidents, we don't have any answers for you on those questions, unfortunately. So I don't know at this point whether you'll have to do lateral flow testing in September. I don't know what the mask wearing policy will be, any of that. So we can't answer those questions, but it's fine. Hopefully I'll have some answers for you soon. Assemblies. Once a week you have an assembly. I think Year 7's day is Friday.
I'm not. Is it staying the same as it is this year?
I think so, yeah.
In that case, you have to be on a Friday. So as I said earlier, you'll do school character, you'll do your RSC, you'll do your reading, and then on Friday you'll have assembly with either me or another member of staff. So just a quick one I've noticed in the chat was about school buses.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So if you are getting the bus, it isn't something that school. It's not something that we organise. You have to get in touch with either Warwickshire or Staffordshire Transport. I'm going to talk to when we do the live Q&A this evening with your parents. That is something I will talk about then. But the initial welcome letter from Warwickshire Admissions would have had details about transport. But again, we can talk about transport a bit later. Now, we're going to go off for our break now. So we are going to stop for, you've got a 15-minute break, and then we will start again. So after your break, we'll come back and we've got technology, followed by RS, and then a couple of other lessons. Yes, we will see you a bit, but you can keep asking questions and we'll answer them through the break as well if you want to. Right, I will see you after the break. Okay, folks, welcome back after the break. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to do another introduction for you. Let's just get this up on the screen. And the reason I haven't got that on the screen is because I hadn't added it. So everyone, this is Miss Howell. I will let Miss Howell introduce herself to you.
Hello, Year 6. My name is Miss Howell. I'm Deputy Head here at Polesworth. I am really looking forward to meeting you all in September. We feel quite sad that we weren't able to have you in here today, but this is hopefully something that you at least get to see us and see what's happening and get a taste of our school. But we're looking forward to having you in September. I'm responsible for safeguarding in the school. Keeping you safe and keeping you happy is what my job is all about. So hopefully that won't be too difficult a task, and you'll love being with us. I'm also in charge of attendance, so we'll want to see you here all the time, checking up, making sure that you are happy to be here. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk, and if you see me in passing, please say hello, because it's always nice to meet new people, isn't it? Have a lovely, lovely day and a great summer when it comes, and we'll see you in September. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Miss Howell. So we are going to carry on now from where we were before. So your next lesson is technology. So I am just going to play. Hang on. And there you go.
Hello Year 6, I'm Mrs Miller-Jones and I have the privilege of leading the Design and Technology Department at the Polesworth School.
Hi Year 6, I'm Mrs Yates and I teach Design Technology here at the Polesworth School. I mainly teach food and nutrition and fashion and textiles. I also teach for older years graphics and resistant materials.
Hi Year 6, my name is Miss McGrath and I'm a part of the Design and Technology team. Within Design Technology, I teach a range of different subjects including textiles, food and nutrition, and some downstairs which includes plastics, woodwork and metalwork.
Today I want to tell you about some exciting projects that you'll be involved in. In Year 7, you will have the opportunity to study food preparation and nutrition, product design and textiles and fashion. In food preparation and nutrition, you'll find out about healthy eating, nutrition and dietary requirements. You'll research into different ingredients, how to prepare food hygienically and use different types of kitchen equipment. And you'll make a range of dishes. In fashion and textiles, you'll learn how to sew using a variety of stitches, electronic textiles, a range of fabrics and learn a variety of techniques. In product design, you'll find out about a range of different materials including wood, metal and plastic, and you'll use a variety of skills including 2D design software. You'll use a range of tools and techniques in the workshop. We often run clubs during the year, so look out for those exciting opportunities. I'm really looking forward to seeing you in September. Bye.
Hello Year 6. Welcome to your transition project for Design and Technology. We will be making this toy, which is an automator toy, which makes the boats go up and down. We will supply you with a template and instructions on how to make your toy. These are the following items you will need. You will need a A3 card. This could be a cereal box, any cardboard box you have. You will need some dowels. These dowels could be straws, balsa wood, long cocktail sticks, whatever you have, and we will give you the measurements you will need. You can use scissors, or if you have a scalpel at home, use a scalpel. You will need masking tape or sellotape and some glue. If you wish to decorate them, you will need some paint and maybe some extra card to create some 3D effects maybe. So for step 1, I want you to take your templates and we're going to place them over and stick them on to our piece of card. Next, with the assistance of a parent or adult, we are cutting out our template. So you can use scissors or a scalpel for this. Be very careful. So we've marked out 2 holes for you. Each hole can be, you can use a pencil to pop it through. And then taking our side panels also. These will need 1 centre point each. These have been marked out for you. So you need to take part 1 and 2 and we're going to masking tape those together. Next, we're taking the two wheels, part 1 and 2, and attaching these together. So next we're going to construct our outer box. You need to take the bottom piece and attach both sides using masking tape like so. Then we're going to attach the top to our two pieces. For a bit extra stability, you can put a bit of masking tape on the inside like this. And then we have our grid to make our automator toy. Once you've constructed your box, you're going to attach one of the shorter dowel sticks to your square part 1 and 2. So next we're going to attach our wheels to our dowels in our box. So put the dowel through one side, attach your wheel, and put the dowel through the other side as well. Should look like this. Once you have your wheel lined up with your top hole, make sure to secure your wheel to your dowel. This will stop it from rotating when you turn your dowel. Next, we're going to take our part 1 and 2 with our dowel attached and place it through the hole at the top. Our theme we have chosen to do is a boat at sea. So we will be adding a boat to the top of our dowel, like so. So once you've got all your pieces set up, you can add your extra decorations. So this could be a front piece to our toy. You can add a second animation, like ours, similar here. We chose to use 2 boats, and we painted ours in as well. So when we move these, they go up and down. You don't necessarily have to do boats. You could do a frog going up and down, a person going up and down. It's completely your choice. We'd like to see you as inventive as possible. So once you've completed your toy, take photos of it and email it to the email on screen or upload it to Facebook and tag us Polesworth School.
Okay, folks. So I'm just to come back to you here. That was technology. I'm just going to add Mr. Warden.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mrs. Stone, and I teach religious studies.
Okay, and there you go. That's we are now on our own. Our technical support has left, so there may be some errors going on for the rest of today. Hopefully not. I did actually have somebody to introduce you to a minute ago, but they've just left the room, so I'm not entirely sure where they've gone. Thank you for your questions as well. So just looking at some of the things, these tasks that we're setting today, they're taster sessions. If you can do them, that would be great. Like, for example, making that toy. There's no pressure on you to get it done today either. I mean, we've got a couple of months till we start school anyway. So I'm going to move on now. So you just saw the map was on the screen. So we can just going to go back to, so now we're moving on to RS.
Here at Polesworth School. I'm the head or the coordinator for Key Stage 3. So when you come up, I'm sure I'll get to see a lot of you and get to work with lots of you in your lessons. We teach religious studies all the way through to the end of GCSE here. So you'll get to do lots and lots of different things and learn about loads of different religions and different cultures, as well as looking at lots of ethical ideas. So talking about and having debates about how we should care for the environment or care for animals, and some discussions about war and peace and all sorts of things as well, to look at them from different points of view. So today I thought we'd give you a bit of a taster of what we do, and we'd have a look at some religious festivals. So what you'll need is a pen and a pencil and a piece of plain paper. So religious festivals then, what is a festival? A festival is a day of celebration or a period where people celebrate something important. And most festivals mark an important day or an important event or a story from that religion. So have a think, maybe talk to the person next to you. What religious festivals can you think of? Maybe you came up with some of these ones. So we've got things like Christmas or Easter, Diwali, Eid and Hanukkah are all really big, important festivals in different religions. And some of you might have thought of things like the Day of the Dead or Halloween, and they are festivals, but they're not religious. So why do people celebrate? Why do religious people celebrate festivals? It's important for them to remember these stories and to have a time to reflect on God and on their religion and on their community. And it's a chance for them to come together and spend that time talking to their friends and family about that festival and that story and that event. And religious festivals are celebrated in lots of different ways. In some religions, they will pray and they will spend time reading and focusing on the story from that religion. And that's good because it helps them to reflect on what God has done and how he might have helped them. They might also decorate their homes. For example, when we have Christmas and we bring a Christmas tree inside. And that's a nice way to celebrate and show that it's a special time of the year. In some religions, decorating the home is a way to welcome the God into that home and to bring blessings on the family. Food is also a really important part of festivals. So very often communities and families will get together and share a meal. And that's because community is really important and it's nice to share those things with each other. Some festivals are not about religion. So things like Halloween or the Day of the Dead or even May Day are celebrations that remember important times in the year. So May Day starts spring and it's a way to mark the change of the seasons. And the Day of the Dead is a chance for people to remember their family. And remembering important things and important times of the year is also a great way and a great reason to have a festival. So your task for today with your pen and your pencil and your piece of paper is to plan your own festival. Think of an important story or an important event from history that you think it would be good to celebrate every single year. Have a think about how you might celebrate that. Should we read a special story? Should we eat a special meal and have special food? Should we get together with friends and family? Maybe there's a special song or an event. Maybe we should do a play to remember it and recognise that important thing. Then I want you to draw a picture of people celebrating your festival and label it with all the things. Label the special food and the special events and the special things that they do to celebrate your festival. When you've done that, share it with each other, and if you're really pleased with it, you could send it in for us to have a look at. Thanks very much, and I can't wait to see you in September.
Probably need to add myself onto the stream. Sorry, you probably couldn't hear me then because I hadn't actually added myself again. Thank you very much to Mrs. Stone for that. Now, I did have, there is meant to be Mr. Hobson, the Senko, Mrs. Smith and Miss West should be in here to introduce themselves and speak of the devil. Here is one of them. So we've got a few more introductions for you now before we go into our next lesson. It's not an empty screen, don't worry. If you'd like to take a seat there, Miss West. So this is Miss West. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Miss West and I am the Hilter here, which is a high-level TA, and I work in the base, so I'll probably see quite a few of you there. We do games and stuff at lunches and breaks, and some people come out of lessons and spend some time there, but that is where I'm based.
Excellent. And we've got another one here now. So we've now got Mr. Hobson, who is our Senko. So if you would like to introduce yourself, Mr. Hobson.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're okay. I'm out of breath. I've just tongued it halfway across the school. I'm Mr. Hobson. I'm responsible for looking after anybody who has anything that stops them or prevents them or makes it difficult for them to learn. So get my breath back. Alongside Miss West, who you've just seen, me and my team take care of all of that. It says Mike is muted, is that right?
Yeah, no, you're fine because we're
fantastic. So if you're worried about anything like that or you have concerns, then you can talk to me or one of my team or you can get your parents to get in touch with us too. But we're really looking forward to seeing you. I know this is really easy to say, but please don't worry and don't stress. It will be okay. You will get used to us and the building surprisingly quickly. I do promise you that. You won't get lost. I promise you that as well. Even though compared to your primary schools, this place is massive, but you'll get to know it, and after a few weeks, you'll barely remember even feeling those feelings. So seriously, don't worry. Have a great summer, and we look forward to seeing you in September.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobson. Like Mr. Hobson said, they're looking forward to seeing you all in September. So somebody asked something that I was going to answer a second ago, and I can't actually remember what it was now. Where is it? Oh, someone's asked about Miss Coleman. So Miss Coleman is one of the tutors. Not all of the tutors are here today, unfortunately, because not all of them work at the school yet. So I've not been able to arrange, and obviously because of COVID, we can't have people in that aren't meant to be here at the moment. So you will get to meet her, and I've actually literally about 10 minutes ago I've emailed her and asked her to send me a message to give to you. Could we bring fidgets in school? I don't even know what that means.
Okay. No, is it
okay?
If you've had a conversation with or your parents have had a conversation with your tutor and they've spoken to inclusion, then it is possible to get the fidget toys.
Right. Okay.
But if it's fidget spinners you're talking about, we'd appreciate it if they were left at home, because they are a bit of a hindrance in lessons.
Yeah.
And obviously anything that distracts you or distracts other people, or even the teacher, is something we try and discourage as much as possible.
And I know that we've got some we have some school issued fidget toys that are acceptable, but only if given by someone that works in the inclusion department. Okay, we're going to move on now to art. We are a little ahead of schedule at the moment, so you will see that it says 11:10 art is meant to start. So I'm just going to put that on now. I'm going to take us off. And again, any questions, just ask through. I like the fact that you are using the chat facility. It's really, really good. So let's just go back to this, and let's go back to this. Let me just stop that. So hang on. Right, I'm just trying to work out the best way to do this. There you go. We're both on the screen now. Okay. So again, this is another walk we're walking now from technology through to art. And look, we've just arrived.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the art department at Polesworth School. My name's Mr. Gibson, and the other art teacher in the art department is Mr. Atkins. And so when you come to Polesworth, you'll be taught by either me or him. Now, during your time at Polesworth School, we will look at many different artists, some traditional artists, some really modern artists. Some names you will have heard before, some names you will have never heard before, and we'll be introducing you to new and exciting ways of working. As you can see behind me, we've got some examples of Year 7 experimental mark making, which is really bright and colourful, and they worked really hard on that. That was great. Now, while you've been in lessons, we'll be exploring different drawing techniques, different painting techniques. You'll be getting opportunity to make printmaking. If you choose to do art in upper school, we have more exciting ways where we work with photography and digital media and with video and sculpture, and where you get to explore some ideas of your own in your own work. And I am sure that you will be excited to come produce work of that standard yourselves. Right, so Year 6s. So, down to your task. Now, this is all about using your imagination and imagining what one thing can become when you apply your imagination. So what you can see is I want you to take one object, and that object could be anything you want to pick. So on the examples you can see they use toothbrushes, pretzels, scissors, an orange, bananas, a ring pull off a can, but it could be anything you choose. And then what I'd like you to be able to do is place it down on the paper and stop and think for a minute. The first way that you place the object, what does it remind you of? Can it remind you of something else? You can see some of the examples. We've got like hairstyles on the toothbrushes, and you've got somebody's thought, oh, it looks like a tie, or it could be a moustache, or the end of the toothbrush looks like a nose, or the banana reminds somebody of the moon, or somebody lying on the moon, and the orange is like the back of a turtle. So what I want you to do is then start drawing in the bits that are missing on what it reminds you of. So that you're really stretching your imagination, I'd like everybody to do at least 6 different ones. If you are really imaginative and you've got loads of ideas, can you get up to 10 or 12 different things that your object could become? It's a real task of what does it look like? What could it become? So good luck, Year 6ers. Look forward to seeing what you've done, and remember, use your imagination.
Hi Year 7, welcome, come on into history. This is N1, you may find yourself in here somewhere.
Hello Year 7. Just before we get started, if you have it's going to sound very odd, but if you have a frying pan, a saucepan lid, or actually a shield of your own, if you could run and grab that, that would be very helpful.
Yes, the clue as to what we're doing is sort of around the room at this point, so all those items will be useful. Just give you a minute or so just to go and grab those.
And you can start introducing us to the departments.
Okay, so while that's going on, we are obviously in the block that has history as part of it. We have 6 members of staff. You may well find yourself in here. This would be Mrs. Ridley's room. We've commandeered it for this session, just because it's got more room and we've got all the items we need in it. We have 4 lessons a fortnight with Year 7. So over the course of your year with us, you'll cover all sorts of topic areas. You'll do things surrounding the Anglo-Saxons, you'll do the Vikings, you'll look at the early phase of change from Romans into the Anglo-Saxons. And then by the time we get to Christmas onwards, we'll be looking at medieval England and the changes that took place within it. So the church, the crown, who had the power, why there was the need for a king to walk through the streets in a hair shirt, what issues surrounded the Black Death, why the Peasants' Revolt in 1381, all the major issues that affected medieval Britain and how we came to, by the Tudors, to have the foundations of the modern state. So in essence, across your teaching team this year, you'll cover all sorts of areas and look at how Britain has been built and been made. I'm Mr. Caldwell, I'm the head of history, and this is Ms. Haji Fotiou. She's going to manage Year 7 and also a member of the leadership team in history as well. And she's actually a little bit of an in-house specialist, so she knows exactly what she's doing with all this stuff. I'm here as a bit of a guinea pig to make sure that if someone's going to get injured, it will be me and not her, or not you virtually. Okay? So I'll hand over and let you make a start.
Okay, hopefully you have found a saucepan lid or a frying pan. Don't worry if you haven't, I think this is actually something you could probably try later. We're actually going to give you a bit of a thinking task first of all. So on the board, and it might appear on your screen, we've got some different shields and also crests as well. So what we'd like you to do first of all is match them up, so the correct image with the correct words. I'll just give you a bit of time to think about which ones go with which.
Okay, let's find out. Sashfati, what were the answers?
So your
I'm just gonna put... Hi folks, sorry to interrupt the lesson for you there. I just like I said, today there's going to be lots of people popping in and out to introduce themselves. So I just wanted to introduce you to another member of the inclusion team. This is Mrs. Smith, who maybe we need to... Mrs. Smith is quite small. And Mr. Warden, we should get them both standing next to us because Mr. Warden's very tall and Mrs. Smith's quite short.
Twice. Yeah, I'm Mrs. Smith, Inclusion Manager. Look forward to seeing everybody in the new school term. Part of my role is to look after pupils. Some pupils might have additional needs. So we're the department to go to, the inclusion department, and we have lots of resources and activities put in place to support you. And there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
And Mrs. Smith works very closely with me when it comes to putting you into your groups and making sure that you settle in well. I couldn't manage without Mrs. Smith.
Oh.
Now I think we should do a height comparison.
We should, yes. I think we really should.
Okay, go. There you.
Well, I've got
No, you need to be.
Let's turn this round.
Oh look.
I can't even see. I'm not even on the screen.
Anyway, right, we're.
Honestly, some of you, I'm going to have to lean down to some of you to talk to in September.
I need steps.
Right, so I am going to carry on with the lesson now.
Right.
Thank you very much,
Cheers,
Mrs. Smith.
Thank you.
Bye.
answers there. We have a Viking shield, and we've got a runic compass actually on this Viking shield. The Anglo-Saxon one was here. The Roman shield, hopefully lots of people got this, and I think this may be something you possibly have studied in primary school already. The Tudor is also very, very familiar, and we've got the crest of the royal family, and also Kate Middleton, when she became part of the royal family, she had a crest designed. Her father actually designed it as well. And the reason I've included crests on this is because
Okay, folks, just going to interrupt again. Sorry, Miss Hajfotio, I'm going to interrupt you again. We have someone else for you to meet. This is Miss Hunter, who is one of the tutors. So take it away, Miss Hunter.
Hello, Year 7, or the new Year 7s, I should say. Have you been having a good morning so far? I assume they can still post.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me a second. So have you guys been told who's going to be your tute next year? They have?
Yeah.
So can you do the little hands up tool?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So put your hand up if you are in my tute, Miss Hunter's tute next year. That'll be with me.
Or we're just getting a few yeses there as well.
Few yeses, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to, because some are on Facebook and some are on YouTube.
Oh, I see. Well, that's fantastic. Well, you'll be with me next year, those of you who are in at Miss Hunter's too. I'm really looking forward to seeing you all in person. This feels a little bit kind of bit of a false start, really. I'm really looking forward to having you all in front of me so I can say hello properly. I'm really hoping that we're ready for Polesworth. If you have any questions, I'm sure Mr. Roston or myself will be able to help you out when you get here in September. I'm really looking forward to seeing you and getting lots of hard work out of everyone.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Miss Hunter.
Lovely. I'll see you soon.
Yes. Right, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to your history lesson now. So interrupted a few times your history lesson now, but that's okay. Don't worry about that. Let's play you again.
And
Let's
also,
go to the
even when we get
screen.
into the crests as well, the symbols all have different meanings. So for Kate Middleton, because she is one of 3 children, the acorns are actually representing her and her brother and sister. On the royal family, where we've got the lion and the unicorn, often they're relating to symbols of bravery as well. So we've got themes that run throughout history. We now nowadays might be quite familiar with some crests, but actually going back in time, going as early as the Romans or the Vikings, actually people used imagery sometimes on their shields as well to convey certain meaning. So the very first one we're going to look at is our Roman shield. So we'd just like you to have a think about whether you know why a Roman shield has these images on them. Do you know what they are? Do you know what any of them mean? And Mr. Caldwell also has one that a student made for us at one point as well, which was very lovely.
Feel free to make your own. We're happy to have more in our collection. So you're trying to think, what are the symbols? What do they mean? Why would they be decorative on a shield? What would be the point?
Okay, and let's reveal the answer. So on our Roman shield, what we have at the top, we've got our lightning bolts, and they are signifying Jupiter. Jupiter is the king of the Roman gods. We have the wings that are eagle wings. The eagle is the symbol of the Roman army as well. So that might be something you have come across before, or you might start to notice if you're looking into anything of Roman history. And even the red background, it was the symbol of Mars, the Roman god of war. So this whole shield was designed, with everything about it, was actually designed in a way that conveyed certain meaning and messages. The design on the back as well, not on the one Mr. Caldwell's holding, but on our other Roman shield, it actually can be held by 2 sections on the back, and that was how the Roman shields were. I don't think your one is so, is it? I think that one's a single strap. But it's about being functional, practical, but also in terms of the images on there, they do have meaning as well. And we see that with Viking shields. Sometimes it might be colours representing certain clans. Sometimes it might be more artistic designs as well. Sometimes it might be images that will convey a certain meaning, which links in with some of the messages we get from our crests as well.
It could be political or religious as well. So the connection with the gods was really important for Rome. So the families, the link to the gods would smile on them, and they would have success on the battlefield. The Tudor Rose you saw earlier on united 2 households. Politically, it was a really strong symbol. It's still on the inside. As you come into the lobby at the Houses of Parliament, the Tudor Rose is the thing that's on the roof.
Hello folks, me again. Sorry to interrupt your history lesson a 3rd time, but that's fine. We are slightly ahead of schedule at the moment anyway. So I have another tutor to introduce you to now. Don't worry if you've missed bits of the lesson or whatever. Don't worry, because you can rewatch this later. I've just seen someone's asked about the Second World War. Yes, we do cover the Second World War in history, and that'll be in year 9. I'm now going to hand over to Miss Griffiths, another one of our tutors.
Hello, future year 7s. I'm Miss Griffiths. I'm really excited to be a year 7 tutor next year. I wish you all a lovely summer holiday. If you have any worries or anything like that next year, you're going to see me every single day. So just come and talk to me. Hope you have a lovely summer holiday. See ya. Bye.
Thank you very much, Miss. So that's now seen a lot of the tutors. I have also got in touch with some of the tutors that aren't actually at school at the moment, and we're waiting to hear some messages from them, hopefully. I'm going to take you back to your history lesson now, and we will see you after that.
That were feuding and it made sure that the future of the country was strong. So the shield, although it's defensive and in some cases attacking, was also really important as a message that it was sent.
Absolutely, and that message to tell people kind of who people were affected. I think the Tudor Rose is such a good example of that as well, of the two houses coming together. So we're going to give you a bit more, well, I'm going to give Mr. Caldwell a bit more of a practical task right now. We're going to think about how you might hold a shield. I'm going to use the medieval shields for this. Mr. Caldwell's been very excited about this. So first, if we were putting this on properly, it would be laying down on the floor and we would strap his arm in thoroughly to that as well to make sure it was not going to fall off in battle. I feel that you are going to want a sword just because you will do. Okay. Could you, I think it might work if you look at the camera to do this, but I will then make you look at me. If you could stand as you think you would, holding a sword and a shield.
How I imagine I should be.
Okay. And for everyone at home, if you can take a look at Sir and have a think, do we think this is a good way to stand with a sword and shield? And can I ask you, why have you put your shield so far in front of you?
Well, I figured the most exposed part of the body that I'm going to have the most potential harm would be the torso, my upper half, maybe my face, keep it high.
Okay, so it's because shields we do throughout the ages, they're very much all about kind of protection and being defensive. They're a way to protect your body. So lots of people do, as soon as they pick up a shield, they think, oh brilliant, I'm going to put it right in front of me. I don't know if you noticed this, but I've just noticed this as well, looking at Mr. Brooks. I can't, with the shield here, I can't even see him, most of his body. I can literally see his head and shoulders. So if you do have your saucepan or your saucepan lid or your frying pan, or a shield, if you have a shield and you stand with it right in front of you, like that. I'm going to show you as well with a smaller buckler. I know it might be slightly more in line with your saucepan side. If you've got that right there as well, so you can see over the top and you think, brilliant, that's then protecting my body, that's shielding me. Same as with that, you think, brilliant, I'm kind of protecting myself. Okay, that's what lots of people do when they hold them. So you might be in your stance at home thinking, yep, I'm protected, I'm defended. Mr. Caldwell, I'm sorry to say you're slightly wrong with how you are positioning yourself there. Because, as I said, when I was holding the shield here, I can't even see the bottom bit of Mr. Brooks. And if we face each other and you put your shield out like that, can you see anything below my shoulders?
No.
No. Which means, I will just grab another shield. We are mixing time periods with shields a bit, but what it then means is if Mr. Caldwell keeps the shield there, and I went to attack high up, you can see this. You can see that, can't you? If I do something here, you can see it looking down, but if you're still looking at me, can you see that sort of thing? So I could injure you, and you wouldn't be able to stop it.
No.
So if we keep the shield there, I know they're heavy. And we've got attacks that are coming here, having the shield at that height is not going to be useful. It's not going to be defensive. You might think, brilliant, I am kind of stopping things coming in, but the problem is you can't then see your attacker, you can't then see the opponent. So what you need to do, we need to bring it a bit more onto the side so that you have it coming across your body. I'm going to be in left lead listen, so you've mirrored that, which is very, very good. You can be quite square on. So you can have it diagonally across your body so it is ready to come in and actually, with shields, yes, they're defensive, but you can also punch things away as well if needed. You can also then block. There were also blocks where people would then have shields kind of behind them as well. So with the shield kind of in this position, you are ready to move that shield. Yes, it might come in front of you. If something's coming in high, you can bring it over you as well. But the whole idea is that that shield is movable. If it's right in front of you, I can't see anything below Sir's. I cannot see what he's doing with that sword at all. And likewise, he couldn't see it that way. So the way you stand with this shield, have it more on the side, okay? So that you've got the freedom then to actually move your sword as well. And it also means it's not going to stop you, because if it's right here, I actually can't attack around that as well. So it's about it being kind of movable on the side, which would then let me kind of come in and attack in certain ways, and also then block coming in as well. So I know you were very excited, but you did get it wrong, sir, sorry. So we stand a bit more side on. But practice this. If you've not got your saucepan or anything, have a go with it later on, because you'll see that, you'll hopefully see what we mean. So, based on our array of weapons, very briefly as well, just because we've got them here, with our swords, and this one is a Viking, just a Viking kind of replica, but what we have is certain kind of writing that was on certain swords. They've been found with the same writing on, so we had swordsmiths, and this goes way back, and we've definitely got lots of examples of Viking swords that were clearly kind of made by the same swordsmiths. We also have, I think Stella was very excited by some of the helmets. Did you want to have the Viking one, or do you want to go medieval?
Oh, I'll go for the
Viking one, okay. So you have a Viking replica one as well, not sadly everyone.
It's handmade, this one. Made to measure.
And what we were saying actually when we were looking at the helmets was that they're great in terms of having something to protect your head, but it really made us aware of actually if you were fighting and you put armour on, just how restricted the view could be as well. So the realities of fighting, you've got, if you're a Viking, you'd have your shield, you'd have your helmet as well. And just hopefully you will remember this, but Viking helmets, if you ever see them with horns on, that's not accurate.
Definitely not accurate.
So it's not accurate. If you learn something today, please learn that. So this one doesn't have horns on because they shouldn't. But if you then had, going through the ages, we've got different type of armour, from bronze armour, leather armour being layered up. We've got, so it's got the example of our mail. People call this chainmail, and the official term should just be called mail as well. And that's quite heavy as well. So
yeah, this is really heavy. So as time goes on, the amount of weaponry that you have and the amount of armour that you have increases, but the weight does as well. So your visibility on a helmet like this, which is actually French, conical nose, deflecting any blow, is minute. You can see the fact that they've got the vents for the nose and the mouth, but then these are the eye slits. So you have this underneath this, and your level of visibility is really, really small. These nodules along the side are so that they can be attached to plate armour on the upper part of the shoulders. So again, your movement is really, really limited. If you look at the earlier stuff, it's much, much more mobile.
But that's what, with the armour as well, the important element was that it was being made to measure. So for us, we might look at things and think, oh, how did you move in that? Plate mail got a lot easier to move around in actually. With the mail, as you know, it's chainmail, that your skin is taking the weight of that, your body's taking the weight of it, so it can feel difficult to move in. With the plate mail, the way it sits on you, if you get a chance to look at, I can only think of Henry Yates' armour really at this point in time, but if you get to see any plate armour, the way it positions on the body actually spaces some of that weight, so it's not quite as heavy as the mail. You can move, and actually for sword fighters throughout kind of history and definitely in the Middle Ages, we often think of fighting with especially kind of long swords as being quite kind of hack and slash and quite slow, but actually they were really skilled fighters. Sword fighting could be really fast as well. So there's a lot of kind of history that we can learn just from weapons, from shields themselves, shields changing through time. As Sir mentioned, we've got armour that changes, and interestingly, the armour changing also has an impact on what goes on with our shields. Our Viking shield, this is actually a bit small for a Viking shield, because it would be even bigger than this in a way, but a shield was really important for being defensive. You can punch with as well, but the main purpose was very much being defensive. But we then end up with these, and these are bucklers. And as we move on through the time and as armour gets better, also swords then changing through time as well. we also have changes that happens in terms of our shields being defensive and how big you need a shield to be. If you've got more armour, you're wearing a lot more, then actually your shield was getting a bit smaller as well. So this is a buckler. It's a bit different, and I don't think we see as many of them sometimes as well. But we've got a lot then that changes with our weapons, with our armour, and also with our shields, and the size and shape changing.
You said that's where swashbuckling comes from. Yes.
And I think the only other thing we wanted to mention, and some of you would have seen it in the image, and I'll just put it on the board quickly. As we can see, or just seen on the screen, we have our Roman shields making the shield wall. In this case, it's known as the testudo, and the reason this was done was completely about protection and defence. So we've got our soldiers at the front with the shields in front of them, and then we can also see the shields building up as well on the top.
Any thoughts as to why it's called testudo? What kind of shape it is? The clue is the creature, the animal that might be linked to that shape.
Which is a very big hint.
Very big hint. Absolutely right. I'm sure you were thinking at home that's a tortoiseshell. So yes, this is the shape of a tortoise. So the idea is it's defended from above, from any arrow or spear that might go over the top, and from the front. And the shields would normally cross a little, particularly the later shields, so that your shields would protect the person to the left and right. And also you've got the slight arch on the Roman shield so that you can see over the top, which helps the visibility over that small gap. It'd be hard push to find a spear or an arrow through that space.
And I think we can often forget that other groups throughout history were using shield walls because the Roman one is so famous, and we obviously have the name testudo from it. We forget that actually this is an important fighting technique, but the idea is that you'd be then creating your shield wall. They would overlap as well, and you could also have people with the shields overlapping your head to protect you. And the shield wall was also used at the Battle of Hastings.
It was. But Hastings was 12 hours long. So when we were talking earlier on about the handmade armour, it was really important that you had handmade armour if you were particularly a housecarl, which was someone that was in the king's elite guard, because for a long period of time that you would be involved in battle. So it's not a few minutes here and there, it's long periods.
And I think the very first time that I was holding a sword and shield for some training work, I remember getting to kind of halfway through and then thinking, I'm really pleased I don't actually have to go into battle and ever actually do this, because it does get kind of tiring holding things.
And also terrifying, because the idea of the shield wall is not to break. So you would have people running against your shields, charging, maybe even on horse. But the point was, you hold firm the front row, the second row, the third row, so that you'd all protect each other. If the shield wall breaks, then more likely than not you would lose.
And so hopefully you have learnt a lot about shields, and what we would like to give you for your task and for your activity at home is to actually design and create your own shield. You can just do this on paper. If you, as Sir said at the beginning, if you want to do more, that's wonderful. You can see we're very happy with items and
that one's actually student as well.
Yeah, this one was made by a student. We often get lots of castles as well being made. So we really love
the active. So yes, it's up to you to do with it as you wish. But you can do this just as a simple design on paper.
Simple design on paper. So what we are going to give you some examples from the medieval heraldry. You can though go for a different time period. So if you are really into Roman or Greek history, or Vikings, Anglo-Saxons, it might be that will impact on the shape of the shield that you're designing. So for the Roman, you might be going for the rectangular. For a Saxon or a Viking, you might be going for a circle design as well. And you might then decide to put some imagery that relates to that time period. It might be that you actually want to kind of focus on thinking you're quite impressed with the Roman one and you'd like to follow that design or be inspired by that as well. As Sir said, sometimes there might be religious meanings on here. It might be to do with family symbols as well. But what you can do is include some other symbols. And what we end up with, and this was the when we're talking about family coats of arms and the designs people have then chosen. items mean different things. So this is something that you can include if you want to. It might be that you come up and create your own design and that you actually come up with your own meaning behind that as well. It might be that you want to reflect your family and choose maybe 3 or 4 symbols that you think reflect your family or reflect you and the type of person that you are as well. We don't mind, do we, sir, if depending on the type of shape design you want to use at all, that is completely fine. And there are different outlines that you can use online available. We can also show you an idea. But there's different symbols. We have holly meaning truth, for example. We've got a lion meaning courage. A rainbow, very important symbol, a little more kind of recently as well, but a rainbow, good times after bad. A snake representing wisdom, a sword meaning a good judge of character, a unicorn, as we saw on the royal family crest, was meaning very, very brave as well. So different symbols have different meanings. So you can choose any of these symbols. It might be that you'd like to use this type of shape. Don't be too worried about this bit over here is very technical. We know about how you layer up the colours and how this should work, but we're going to give you a bit more freedom than that because we think that it's quite nice to be able to be creative as well. So, because traditionally you would divide, if you divided a shield by a pattern, you couldn't put a metal on a metal or a colour on a colour, which is why you always have a metal colour and then it kind of layers up that way. But you've got a lot more freedom. So you have a choice. You can either design your own more kind of ancient style of shield from ancient Greece or Rome, Viking. It could fit in with the Anglo-Saxon time period. It could be more medieval. It could be that you're basing it just on kind of colours and thinking of representing yourself that way, or go for including 3 or 4 symbols from here. I think lots of people normally like doing that as well, so you can think what types of qualities reflect you, which qualities would you want to be included on your crest, on your design as well.
You'll notice as well that there aren't any words on them, and that's because largely crests needed to be visual because people weren't very literate. So you had the image of a boar or a unicorn or a stag, and they would know absolutely what kind of personality trait you were trying to show. So it was really good to show your kind of character through the design on your shield, and the time period might link to that a little bit more. If you're Saxon, you might want to be a bit more bold and they're seen as more ruthless and violent perhaps. If you're a bit later on, medieval, they wanted to be more about the chivalric codes. They wanted to show that they were chivalrous and they were someone of knightly virtue, so you might want those sort of features. So you can tie it in with the time period, or you can just, as Miss Hedgefoot says, go with your own direction, whatever you want to show.
And if you were to do any extra research on warriors throughout the ages, a Roman warrior or a Viking warrior, then absolutely please feel free. We find this subject, obviously, the whole topic of history, very, very fascinating. So, and there's always lots to discover as well.
And if you come, when you come, September, you'll obviously get exposed to all this sort of stuff in our lessons. So we do lots of hands-on, we do activities that will use artefacts over time. By the time we go into year 8 and beyond, we'll be into First World War and we'll show you how to dug up trench items. We'll do lots of stuff where you'll role play and reenact characters. So this is hopefully going to give you an insight into the sort of lessons that you'll get within history. So we look forward to seeing you there.
Okay, folks. What you'll see in front of you now. So first, I hope you enjoyed your history lesson. I'm just going to get you on screen a bit more. No, we've only got 2 of you there. There you go. We've got all 5 of you. So what I've done is I've asked some of our current year 7s who were in this position this time last year. I've asked them to answer any questions that you might have. So what I think we should start by doing is firstly, I just want to say something about, please watch what you're putting on messages, folks, because I will just block you. And I'm not, you're here, it's a school day. I'm not here to read your chatting. So you just need to make sure that what you put on this group is appropriate. So I think we'll start, if I can ask our lovely year 7s here to introduce themselves and maybe say what school you came from as well. And you'll see why I want you to do that in a minute. So we'll start with Albert.
Hi, I'm Albert. I'm from Appleby Magna Primary School.
Hi, I'm Georgina. I'm from Woodend Primary School. Hi, I'm Maisie. I'm from Dorden Primary School. Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm from Three Peaks Primary School. Hi, I'm Harry. I'm from Walton School.
So what I've done here is I've picked a selection of year sevens that so Albie came completely on his own with nobody else from his school. Georgina, there was only 2 of them. And I think Austria's quite small as well, isn't it? And then Three Peaks and Dorden are some of our bigger schools. So I suppose I'm going to ask you a few questions and hopefully you can answer them. Try not to talk over each other. And I have to say I'm very impressed because they're all a bit nervous, but they don't need to be nervous. Just pretend you're talking to like a screen or something. Oh, hang on, you are talking to a screen. So, starting from Harry, if you tell us what was the thing that you were most worried about when you started here?
Probably getting lost because it's a massive school.
Yep. Okay. So getting lost. What about you, Summer?
Probably also trying to find my way around and being late to lessons.
Okay.
I think mine was making new friends. I wasn't really sure how to make new friends.
Okay. That's especially because you've been out of school for so long as well.
I
Yeah.
think mine was trying to make new friends as well because obviously there was like only the 2 of us.
Yeah.
I did know other people as well, but not as well as I like new students.
And Albie?
Mine was making friends and
Yeah, and
getting lost as well.
I think, and it's quite common. It's the thing that most people are worried about. Actually, is getting lost and not making new friends. How long, on average, just quickly down the line, how long do you think it took you before you knew where you were going around school?
First few days.
Like week. The first couple of days. A week. About a week.
So about a week. So whenever I say to you, when I visit you in the primary schools, and I say, yeah, I reckon within 2 weeks, you will know your way around. Now, you guys coming in September, hopefully, are going to have a little bit of a different experience from these guys because they started right in the middle of the pandemic. And actually, you weren't even allowed to walk around school for the first 2.5 terms. So, Mr. Warden, do you have any questions? Because I'm just talking a lot.
I would say, what do you think? So we'll start with summer and we'll work our way around again. What is your favourite thing about being at the Polesworth School? What's your favourite thing?
I think my favourite thing about being at Polesworth School is just how friendly everyone is. Like, for example, if you get lost or you're not very sure and things, teachers will be there to help you and some of your friends.
Probably the teachers and people like you because they're mostly friendly.
I'll probably say the same as summer, but also I like walking around and getting experience to go to different buildings.
Yeah.
I like having the independence of finding places on your own, not walking around school by yourself.
It's a nice step, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice step. You get that little bit more independence. Yeah.
I like the fact we're not sat in the same classroom all day.
Yeah.
We're going, so there's a bit more active.
Very nice. I've got one more, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, go for it.
We'll go back the other way this time. If you could go back to yourself this time last year and you could give them one piece of advice, and this is a piece of advice that all these new year sevens in September would have, what would be that one bit of advice? I'll tell you what, I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Best piece of advice you can think of that you would give to a new starter in September. You ready?
Yeah.
Go on then.
Don't think about getting lost and just chat to more people.
Lovely.
I would say just be yourself and don't worry as much. It doesn't matter what people think about you. They'll like you for who you are, not who you try to be. I'd say don't worry about making new friends because you just automatically start speaking to people like on your classroom. I would just say don't worry because at the start of the year, before joining Polesworth, I was really worried about getting around and making new friends. But after a while, I realised that everything was fine.
It don't matter what people say because you're just you, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I think they're really great answers. I have to. I just want to pick up on the thing about friends as well. And I think when you're at primary school, you pretty much know everybody, don't you? You know everybody that's in your class, and you know all their parents and everybody. And actually, just because you know them doesn't mean that they're necessarily your friends. And I think that when you come here, suddenly there's 270 or 240 people in your year group, and the friends that you make are probably more, you've probably got more in common with than the people that you were just dumped with in, not dumped, that's a bad expression, but the people that you in primary school that you're with all the time. I mean, yeah, I always feel that whenever I go to any primary school, it's like at this stage in year 6, folks, I think most of you are ready to move on. You're ready to start secondary school.
You might not realise it, but
Yeah,
you are. You might
yeah,
not think it, but you
absolutely.
are.
And I know that people, it's the same things that people worry about all the time. Is there anything else you would like to add? What's homework like? Because people always ask about homework and PE. Tell us about homework and PE. Let's start with Maisie.
I'd say homework's not that bad because, like, the teachers tell you what to do and they give you, like, it's not like the deadline's a couple of days. It's normally like a week.
That's good. Harry?
Homework is respectful time and how long you get it is pretty good actually.
Cool. Go on, Summer.
I would say that the homework is not that bad, especially because of COVID. Teachers, I think they've understood that, that the students aren't as able to do homework. So the homework's been okay, and they've given you like a reasonable time to do it.
Yeah, I think it's very rare. It would be very rare for anybody for a teacher to set homework that's due in the next day, particularly for year 7. I don't know of anybody that really does that.
Push if you're finishing a task at GCSE or A level, potentially. But
so I've just seen one of the questions here. I'm gonna say this one. I'm gonna answer this one. It says, "Are we allowed to wear makeup?" Yes, as long as you don't look like a clown, Katie. Yeah, I mean, within reason. You know, I personally, I don't see the point in getting up 2 hours before school starts in order to put your face on. It's school. You're coming here to learn. So, yeah, you are allowed to wear makeup, but within reason. Yes. Any more closing comments that you'd like to make to year 6s? Sorry.
I would say, like, with the homework, try and do it that night so you don't have like a backlog of homework.
Such a good, valuable lesson in life.
Yeah.
it's almost like, yeah. Right.
No, I actually think something that a lot of people are also worried about, and this is a question I always get in the primary schools, is people always ask about detentions. Now, I'm looking at you 5. I'm going to guess that none of you have ever had a detention. And what I will add to that is that most year 7s will not have had a detention ever. In fact, you can get all the way up to year 11 without having a detention ever. Because actually, all you really have to do, as I'm sure you'll agree with me, is you just have to follow the rules. You have to be ready, be respectful, and be responsible. And everything's fine then, isn't it? I mean, obviously, these troublemakers that we've got in front of us here are you know, they're the worst of the bunch that I could. No, I'm kidding. I have to say, and I know you obviously you can't tell us this, but I just want to say a huge, massive thank you to you guys for doing this. Look out in your merits. I'll put some stuff in there for you, see what I can do. But thank you, I really, really appreciated this. So if you'd just like to say goodbye to our year 6s.
Bye.
Thank you very much. So, folks, we are now going to carry on with the day. I think we're now moving to MFL, which is geography. No, it's not. That's after this. MFL, which is modern foreign languages. So let me just.
Hello and welcome to the MFL department here at Polesworth. We're looking forward to meeting you all in September and thought we'd tell you a little bit about your language lessons and what you will be doing. Firstly, let me introduce you to the teachers in the department. There are 4 of us.
Hi there, I'm Mrs. Parker and I teach French and German, and like the rest of the MFL department, we are so looking forward to meeting you in September.
Hello there, my name is Mrs. McClay and I teach French and German, and like all my colleagues, I really very much look forward to meeting you in September.
Hello, I'm Mr. Price and I teach French and German, really looking forward to meeting you all next year.
And myself, Mrs. Yates. You should now know whether you are studying French or German with us. You have no need to worry if you are learning this language for the first time, but equally, anyone who knows a little bit of their chosen language will have the chance to show us your skills in the first few lessons. On the subject of lessons, you will have 4 language lessons every fortnight and should also aim to spend half an hour per week either revising what you have covered in lesson or on a specific task set by your teacher. Revising new language little and often is the most effective way of improving over time. A lot of your lessons will actually be taught in the foreign language, and so in this way your language lessons will be completely different to anything else you do. We hope that you will find them unique and fun. You will be amazed at how quickly you begin to understand the key words and gestures that your teacher uses, and you will soon be showing off your own language skills to your parents when you get home. As a warm-up for your language lessons at high school, we'd like you to have a try at 2 activities which we will talk about in our first few lessons. At this point, we will separate French and German so that you can concentrate on the language you will be studying. Firstly, we would like you to learn the numbers of your chosen language up to 20. If you have already started doing this and feel confident, we would ask you to focus very carefully on the sounds of the words and have fun mimicking them as closely as you can. There are some really unique sounds in your foreign language that you won't be used to making. Listen very carefully to Mrs. McClay, who will take you through the French numbers, and Mrs. Parker, the German numbers. Try to concentrate on the sounds that are new to you.
But there are some letters that make a particular sound in French. The first one is the sound wa that you will hear in trois. The second sound is a bit tricky for English people to pronounce. It's the sound r, like in quatre. The third one is the sound un, quite nasal, as in cinq and vingt. Paying particular attention to those sounds we just mentioned and then repeating after each number. Here are the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Listen to those numbers a couple of times. You can pause it and try again. If you've not noticed before, some letters in French are silent. That means you don't say them. You have to write them, you will see them, but you don't pronounce them. And those letters actually make up a nice little sentence. If you can remember, honey, don't say this please, kiss, you have basically the main letters that you will never say. D, T, S, and P. If they are at the end of a word, you do not pronounce them. The letter H at the start of the letter, same, you do not pronounce it. Okay, so that little phrase is, honey, don't say this please, kiss. And then you've got the main letters that remain silent. There you go, Mr. Price.
The second time, we'd like you to focus then on the letters that aren't pronounced at the ends of the words.
Paying particular attention to those sounds we just mentioned and then repeating after each number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
And on the final time, we'd like you to listen again and then stop and see if you can say the numbers yourselves with excellent pronunciation. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay, so in this clip, I'd like you to listen to Mrs. Parker pronouncing the German numbers, and we'd like you to listen out for some unusual sounds. So.
Okay, so the I sound in 1, 2 and 3 and the E sound in 4 and 7. So the numbers 1 to 20 in German. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
And now, on the second hearing, Mrs. Parker is going to point out a second group of unusual sounds that we'd like you to listen to. So if you listen to those numbers again, rewind, and then Mrs. Parker, if you'd like to just point them out.
So the U sound in 12 and the Oi sound in 9. 9. Okay.
Okay, so if you focus on those sounds on your second hearing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
And then on your final hearing, you're trying to put the whole thing together. So listen to it for a final time, focusing on those pronunciation points, and try and say 1 to 20 with perfect pronunciation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Can you find out about a famous French speaker? They can be a historical figure or someone who is alive today. Or can you find a traditional French recipe and make it? For example, crêpes, croissant, gaufre, or quiche Lorraine.
Can you find out about a famous German speaker? They can be a historical figure or someone who is alive today. Or could you find out about a traditional German recipe and perhaps make it? For example, Sauerkraut, eine Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte, or my absolute favourite, a Donauwelle.
Do you speak another language? At home maybe. Can you show us how to count from 1 to 20? Can you ask and answer the questions from the French or German conversation in the language that you know how to speak?
Okay, folks, so just going to pause there for a second. That was MFL. We're going to be moving on to, actually, you'll recognise the person that's going to be doing the next lesson because it's something that he pre-recorded and he's actually sat here with me. So we're going over to geography now. Enjoy. And yeah, we'll see you after that.
Good morning, Year 7. Hello, I'm Mrs Hockridge and I am Head of Geography at Polesworth School. We are very much looking forward to you joining us in September, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of a taster today of what you might be learning in geography and the kind of tasks you might do. First of all, I thought I'd introduce you to all the members of the geography department. We have 5 members of geography teaching staff. There's myself, there's Mr Rees, Mrs Rutherford, Mr Warden and Mr Reynolds, who are all very much looking forward to meeting you in September. So what kind of things are you going to be learning about in geography when you come up to the high school? You'll have learnt a little bit in your primary schools, but when you get to Polesworth you will be getting 4 hours a fortnight with us. So quite considerable more time will be spent on you learning geography. These are the topics that you will be learning about. When you join us in September, we'll be kicking off with what is geography, and we'll be learning about maps of different scales. For instance, do you know all your continents and oceans? Do you know where places are in the UK? We'll be taking you on an African adventure where we'll be looking at the misconceptions that there are in Africa. And we'll be doing a focus on Kenya, and we'll be learning about the people and the tribe, the Maasai tribe, and how their culture is so different to our lifestyle. We'll then be learning about rivers and flooding. Flooding, a very topical issue. Locally, we're seeing more and more flooding happening, so why are we getting more flooding? How we can manage that and try and reduce the effects of flooding. We'll be learning about population and people, how many people are in the world, why is the population growing so fast. We'll be learning about weather and climate. So that's your Year 7 programme of work. Obviously you'll have 3 years of Key Stage 3, and you can see some of the other topics on the board. We'll be learning about the country of Brazil, we'll be learning about the tropical rainforest, what kind of animals live there, the ecosystem, the plants, and the threat of deforestation and how we can try and do our bit to minimise that. We'll be learning about climate change, or the climate emergency as it is being called now, and the causes behind that, the greenhouse effect, and again how we can try and slow down the process of climate change. We'll be looking at coastal environments, the world's resources, food, water, coal, oil, gas, renewable energy. Is there enough to go round everyone? We'll be looking at Russia and the Middle East. And then in Year 9, tectonics, earthquakes and volcanoes, so a bit of death and destruction. Geographical issues, I'm sure many of you are quite passionate about the plastic problem that we have in the world, and how we can limit our use of plastic. Glaciation, so cold environments, and then finally finishing off looking at development and focusing on Nigeria, looking at why some countries are wealthier, why some countries are not wealthier, and how we can try and close that gap that we have in the world. So that's the programme that you'll study at Key Stage 3 in geography, and we're going to do a little task now. We're going to do a little bit of memory mapping about the UK. So before we start the activity, I want you to make sure you know what the UK is. Okay, so on the board we can see the UK is England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. When we talk about the UK, that is those countries that we talk about, those 4 countries. When we talk about the British Isles, that includes the Republic of Ireland, as well as England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. And if we talk about just Great Britain, that is just the landmass of England, Wales and Scotland. So for our activity, we're going to be focusing on the UK. So Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Okay, so let's crack on with our first activity. Let's get to the right slide. So we're going to be doing some memory mapping. For this activity, you are going to need a piece of paper and you're going to need something to draw with, so a pencil or a pen. So I'll just give you a few seconds to get those things together. Okay, so what we're going to do, okay, you're going to see a map of the UK on the board. Each time the map comes on the board, there will be more information. So you will have 15 seconds to study the first map of the UK on the board. Okay, so when I put the first slide up, there will be a map of the UK. You've got to study, look at, memorise what you can see. Okay, so it might be that on the first slide it's just the outline of the UK. Okay, you've got to try and memorise that. There might be place names, there might be where cities are located, there might be borders between countries, there might be the seas and the oceans labelled. So I'll put a picture, the map on the board for 15 seconds. During that time you are not allowed to draw, your pencil must be down on the table. Then when I put the blank screen up on the board, you will be able to draw. Okay, what you remember from what you have just seen on the board. So after 15 seconds, you are allowed to draw as much as you can remember on your blank paper. This is the only time you're allowed to draw. When this time is up, you must put your pens down. Each time, you will be shown the map again with extra information on. Do not stress or worry about this being the perfect piece of artwork. Okay, this is not what this task is about. It's about you memorising and learning where places are. When you draw the outline of the UK, it does not have to have every twist and turn, as long as you get roughly the right shape. Okay, we're ready to get going. Okay, get your pencils need to be down on your table at the moment, folks. Okay, so this is your first map coming up now. So you've got 15 seconds now. During this 15 seconds, you're not allowed to draw. I want you to memorise the shape of the UK as best you can. Okay, get your pencils in your hands. Okay, you now have about 30 seconds to draw what you can remember the shape of the outline of the UK is. Go. Okay, pens down, folks, pens down. Okay, right, you've got your next 15 seconds now to memorise what you can see on the board now. So the names of the places that you can see. Go. Okay, pick your pencils up. Okay, label those places, please. Okay, pens down. Don't worry if you've missed something, okay, because you can always look next time when the map comes up on the board. Just do the best you can. Okay, so got some extra places this time, the capitals of the countries, Edinburgh, Belfast, London and Cardiff. Give you 15 seconds now, go. I hope you managed to get those ones down. Okay, pencils down, memorising, 15 seconds, go. Some other big cities labelled this time. Okay, pencils in your hands, label those on. Okay, pencils down. Okay, next map is coming up now, 15 seconds to memorise. We've got some of the seas and the oceans labelled this time, so memorise them. Okay, pencils down. Okay, this time 15 seconds to memorise. We've got some of the other islands for you to label. Shetland Islands, Outer Hebrides, of course France. Okay, pencils down. And for the final one, we're missing somewhere really important off the map. Any ideas where that could be? Really important place, really important to you in September. Okay, so that place is Polesworth. Okay, what I want you to do now is have a guess, okay, by marking a cross on your map where you think Polesworth is. Okay, so just a cross where you think Polesworth is. Let's have a look. Were you right? Okay, Polesworth, okay, is not too far away from Birmingham. So hopefully you got that roughly in the right place. I hope you've managed to build up a map that looks something like the UK. Like I said, it doesn't have to be the neatest piece of work. It's all about trying to memorise where those places are. Okay, so that's the end of your little geography lesson today. I hope you've enjoyed it. You'll have these kind of lessons in September when you arrive, and all the geography staff are very much looking forward to meeting you all. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mrs.
So I've got a challenge for you today, okay? Your challenge is very, very straightforward. Hopefully you will recognise what this is, okay? A globe which has all of the countries in our Earth, okay? As hopefully you know, maybe you don't, there are 7 continents in the world, okay? 7 continents which you should be able to see on the screen now, okay? You've got North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Oceania and Antarctica. Now, what I would like to do, my challenge for you, is I would like you to find something around your house that is relevant to each of those different continents. So, I've got a few examples for you here, okay? First up, okay, we have, not really the time of year for it, but we've got a Christmas tree, okay? Now, a Christmas tree is originally, the tradition started in Germany, okay? So your continent of Europe, that could be an example of something that you use as your item around your house. If you've got one hidden in the loft or hidden away, you could use that as your item for Europe. Now, I'm going to give you a few more examples. Ideally, I'd like you to find some different ideas, but these are just a few ideas to help you if you're struggling. So next up, we've got Mr. Reese's coffee. Okay, which has originated from Machu Picchu in Peru. Okay, now that is a perfect example of a representation for South America. Okay, next up, one that I'm sure you'll all recognise, Coca-Cola. Okay, originally from the United States of America, so continent of North America. Here we go. And the last example I'm going to give you are these two, okay? So we've got a rugby ball and we've got a cricket ball, which are absolutely famous in one country in particular, okay? Which is Australia. So for the continent of Oceania, we've got a rugby ball and we've got a cricket ball. So now, the challenge is over to you, okay? I would like you to find for me items around your house, maybe, and you could even go out to the garden or a garden shed or the garage if you've got one, okay? I'd like you to find an item for every single one of those 7 continents we've just spoken about, okay? I look forward to seeing you in September and look forward to welcome you to the Geography Department.
Let me unmute myself. So, that was Mr. Warden, that was geography. It's pretty much, it's going to bring us to the end of our session now, but bear with me one second. I'm just trying to get myself back on the screen. My technical support has left now, so it does become more challenging for me. So here I am. So that pretty much concludes our morning this morning, and we are going to stop for lunch a minute. I have one more introduction for you for this morning, and it's another one of the tutors. So if you can, if you bear with me, I'll just get Miss Robinson to come and say hello. There you go, Miss.
Hello, Year 7s. I'm Miss Robinson. I'm going to be one of the Year 7 tutors in September. So looking forward to seeing you.
What you'll find, folks, is that some of us are more comfortable in front of the camera than others. It's always a bit overwhelming, but that's Miss Robinson. We are going to stop now. So actually, what I want to talk to you about, so you should have got this booklet in the post last week. And in this booklet, you've got, it's called the transition booklet, and there's lots of little tasks for you to be getting on with. It says all about me, some questions that you need to find out the answers to on the first couple of pages. Now, I'm going to give you a slightly longer lunch than initially planned because we are a little ahead of schedule at the moment. So we are going to come back at just before 1 o'clock. Okay, so I'd like you to use this time to catch up to complete some of the tasks that we've already set, or you can start working your way through the transition book if you have it to hand. I'm obviously available for any questions that you might have. And yes, I will see you just before 1 o'clock. Do you know what? Thank you, Ruby. I realise I am muted, and Minnie. Sorry, I'll start that again. So, welcome back this afternoon. I think I've got my sound back on now, hopefully. Can anybody hear me now? Try again. Let me just see if you can hear me now. Can people hear me? I shouldn't be muted anymore. Am I still muted? I do hope not. Anybody? Okay, brilliant. So you can hear me now. Excellent. Sorry, I'm on my own now, so all my technical support has completely left me. So this afternoon we are going to be looking at more of the expressive arts kind of things that we do. So we're going to be looking at, going to have some music, some drama, and some PE. I'm also going to go with you about what to expect in September before we finish today, and I am also going to talk to you about, I'm going to talk to you about the first day back, and we'll take it from there. So we're going to go straight into the next video. Let's just get this up and running for you.
Welcome to Indigo. Come on in.
So this is, like I said, this is music, but this is Mrs. Glover, and yeah, I'll stop talking now.
So in Indigo, we have the music department, we have drama, IT and PE. My name is Mrs. Gulliver, I'm Head of Music and Drama at the Pulse School, and I'd like to show you around. Come with me. So on your timetables in September, you'll see that there are two rooms, I2 and I3. This is I2 and Mrs. Rowe will be in this classroom. It does look very different at the moment because we are in COVID lockdown. But as you can see, we've got lots of keyboards and lots of space. In I3, which is my room, we have the same setup, as you can see. This is my room. So if you get I3 on your timetable, at the moment I'm trying to redo my walls and make it nice and exciting. You'll see that we have the keyboards all the way around the room, and you'll see that there's other instruments in this room as well. So When you come up to us in September, we will be doing lots of things that you might be out of your comfort zone. We'll be performing in front of people, we'll be composing, so we'll be making up tunes and rhythms and pieces of music that is all your own work. And that's quite a new thing to do. When you're in your primary schools, a lot of it will have been singing and a lot of it would have been simple percussion. As you can see around the room, we have lots of nice new equipment, and we have electric drums, we have big keyboards and synthesizers, and then we have some African drums and some ukuleles. So part of what we're going to do in year 7 when you come up is that we're going to be looking at Africa, we're going to be looking at Hawaii, which is an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. We're going to be looking at music that is inspired by poetry and drama and stories and art. We're going to be looking at the Beatles, who is considered one of the British iconic bands of the 21st century. We're going to be looking at folk music, so we're going to be looking at way back in our history, which is quite relevant at the moment when we look in the news, and we're going to look back at folk music and see where music came from. What is music? We ask ourselves this question. We listen to music all the time, but we're going to really break it down. Then we're going to go way into the future and we're going to look at computerised music and how people now that do gaming, my boys are well into their Xboxes, anybody that does computerised music or film music or even adverts on TV, how do they create that music? So we're going to look at computerised music as well, and we are going to use the computers to create our music. Lots of exciting things to do. So come with me, I'm going to take you round to the practice rooms and I'm going to show you where you will be going if you decide that having music lessons is for you. Come with me. All the way around here. And this is I4. These are our practice rooms, so if you decide that you want to have music lessons, or if you do options at music, this is where we come to play the music. Come on in. So, as you can see at the moment, we have lots of computers and we have our iMac and our recording equipment. At the far end, in P2, this is where you come to have your drum lessons, your singing lessons, your keyboard lessons. And down here in P1 is our recording room, which at the moment is being redecorated and set up for September. So, in your first couple of lessons, when you come to us in September, we will be talking about how to have music lessons, where they all happen, how do I do it, and I've had lots of parents emailing me already saying that they want their sons and daughters to learn an instrument. Absolutely brilliant, cannot wait. To do that, you'll see that there is a list of instruments that we now have at Polesworth that we can allow you to learn. What we don't do is we don't provide you with the instruments. As you can see though, we do have lots of guitars and we have obviously the drum kits and the pianos. So when you come to your lessons, the instruments are here for you to use. But we won't provide you, like they do in the primary schools, an instrument to take home. Should you wish to purchase an instrument, we have lots of second-hand instruments and we can always advise you on that. So get in touch. So this is the practice room. This is where it all happens. Okay, we're going to go back round. Follow me, follow me. Right then, so back into the classroom. So there are a few things that you need to be aware of before you come up in September. Instrumental lessons on the website, if you go onto the school website and on social media there'll be links as well. If you wish to learn an instrument, all the information will be there for you to do. Email me. It won't happen for the first couple of weeks in September because it is mayhem. So bear with me and I will be in touch. We are trying to think of different things that we need to do. So instrumental lessons, go to school show. Okay, so we are doing Greece this year. It's so exciting. And unfortunately, one decision we had to make in the COVID lockdown is that year sixes unfortunately can't audition this year because it's all been online and it's all been a bit child protection issues and things like that. However, nearer the time, we will be asking, especially year sixes, to get involved with the makeup and the hair, refreshments, selling tickets, lots and lots of things that you don't necessarily think about that will need sorting. So don't worry about not being involved in the show, but we will be in touch with you a bit nearer into the year and we'll be asking for people to come forward. So please get involved in that. That'll be so exciting. I think that is about it for me. This is Inigo, this was the music department, and we are so looking forward to seeing you in September. Enjoy your summer, and remember, if there's any problems, any issues, my email is on the website. So, bye!
Thank you very much, Mrs. Glover. So obviously, if anybody's got any questions about music, then we can deal with those questions when you start. So I can see here, what sort of music or beats will we be doing? Again, you'll find out about all of that in September. So we're going to carry on now. We're going into a drama now. So enjoy.
I've just popped in to say hello, and I'm Mrs. Grattan, and I will leave you to your drama lesson and see you in September. Bye!
Hello, I'm Mrs. Lethwich-Lloyd, and we're going to be doing some drama today. First of all, we're going to do a warm-up, so I'm just going to throw my shoes off because we don't normally wear our shoes for drama. And we're going to do something called a rubber chicken. So what we need to do is put one arm up in the air, and you're going to shake it and count to 8 out loud. Then the other arm, then your leg, then your other leg. Then you're going to do it for 4, 4, 4.
Just wanted to say, folks, do join in at home. Would be great if you could, if there were some pictures of people joining in with these activities. We've got this and we've got PE next. So yes, enjoy. In answer to that question about instruments, you're allowed to play as many as you want.
4, then 2, then 1, and then you're going to go rubber chicken. And look a bit silly. So we're going to do it all together, warm up our voice and our bodies together. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Rubber chicken. Hopefully you feel a little bit warmer. Okay, so what I thought we could do today is to try and make a dramatic record of your time in lockdown. I know it's been quite difficult and challenging, and we've been doing things that we wouldn't normally do. So what we would like at the end of this, if you would like, is that your parents could share your work publicly with our Instagram or Facebook pages, and the words for that should be on the screen at the moment. So we're going to work with a dramatic technique called tableau. This is the word tableau. Tableau is a building block that we use all the way from year 7 right up into professional theatre. And our A-level students use this technique all of the time. It's a way of freezing the drama, but we do that so that the audience can spend more time looking at a particular moment, to also explore relationships, or to freeze dramatic action to give more time to think about what's going on. So the 2 big rules of a tableau are that they must be still and silent. Always still and silent. But at the same time, we're trying to show something specific. So I want you just to take a few moments to think about a few things that you've done in lockdown. It could be working, reading, it could be playing football, it could be cooking. And for me, I've taken up running during lockdown and also started singing lessons. It can be anything that you would like to kind of remember at the end of this time. As as I said to you just now, with a tableau, we always want to be trying to show dramatic action. So if I take the example of football, and I think about the position that we would be in as we were about to kick the ball, it's not particularly interesting. If you think about the moment after you've kicked the ball, again, it's not the most dynamic moment because we've just landed and we're moving to the next position. If we think about the moment in that sequence that's the most exciting, it's going to be the moment that we're actually kicking the ball. So we think through any sequence and we're trying to think about the most dynamic moment. So if, for example, I think about doing schoolwork, again, this could be head down writing, which is not going to be so dynamic, or it could be that moment where I'm thinking about what I'm going to write next. So using any example that you'd like from your lockdown, I'd like you to try and stand up in a space, make sure you've got enough room around you, and try and make a tableau of that moment now, thinking very carefully about which is the most interesting part of that particular activity. I'd now like you to imagine that you are in a huge theatre. Hopefully some of you have been and visited one. And there are huge amounts of seats in front of you, and the back of the audience is quite far away. Imagine being in your school hall, and you're trying to make sure that the person right at the back can see what you're doing. So again, if you were writing or you were looking up, we now just want to think about putting our whole body into that and making it a lot bigger. So it might be that we're really going to exaggerate a level of our body, our posture, or our gesture. That's the position that I'm holding here with my hands. Just add that in. And now in order to make the absolute best tableau, you'll notice that one of the things that you always do when you meet up with your friends or your family or you go to a theatre is that you'll look at that person's face. And a face can tell me so much about how someone feels. So for example, if I walked into your lesson and I was like, then you might immediately feel uncomfortable because you would think perhaps this person feels sad. Again, you can tell as soon as someone's angry when they walk in the room. So try and think about what your facial expression would be when you're doing this specific activity during lockdown. Is it fun? Is it frustrating? Is it boring? Whatever you'd like to show, try and really show it in your face. So if I'm going back to my example of my schoolwork, I might decide that I'm going to be trying to look quite thoughtful. And if I go back to my example of football, I'm elated, I'm finding it really good fun. So just take a moment now, think about the activity and the tableau you've so far created, and try and add your facial expressions into that. Okay, you should hopefully by now have a tableau, and I should be able to tell when I look at that tableau the activity that you've chosen. But obviously one tableau doesn't capture your lockdown experience very clearly or in much detail. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and create a sequence. Now when we create a sequence, we obviously need to move from one to the next, and we call that transition. Let me take the two examples I've shown you so far of the thoughtful schoolwork into the football. If I do my thoughtful, in the middle, I completely lost my character, I showed you nothing, and if you were perhaps a member of the audience in that moment, you might just think I'd given up. So we need to think of a way to transition from our first idea into our second idea. Now there are several ways of doing this. One is to carry through the attitude and the idea from your first tableau into your second. So for example, do this. And the other is to immediately change into your second attitude and carry that through your transition. So have a little think now and decide which you're going to do. See if you can create another tableau, and see if you can transition from one to the next. Now, because we want our work to be as good as it can possibly be, we're going to add in another dramatic idea, and that's the idea of levels. So when we're talking about levels, we literally mean the level that the actor is in the space. So obviously at the moment I will be quite high up, and then this would be quite low down, and I have a whole scope of things in between. Another way to make your work dynamic and interesting is to change the level. So once again, if I go back to my example, my kicking football example obviously needs to be high up. But that means that I could take my first tableau image and make it much lower, so that there is much more of a difference between the two, which will make it more dramatically interesting. So if I go down now, and I'm thinking about exactly the same thing, and instantly my sequence becomes more dynamic. So again, think about the two tableaux that you have done so far, and see if you can think about one of those tableaux being lower or higher, so that it contrasts more with the other. And practice your transition from one to the other. To add a little more into our tableau sequence, as I said to you, the rules of a tableau are that they're silent and still. Just in the same way that every opposite in the world exists. When you show one thing directly before and after the opposite of it, it will be more dramatically interesting. By which I mean, if we have big movement going into stillness, it makes the stillness more dramatic and more exciting. The same with sound. If we have lots of sound going into silence, it will make our audience realise that something is different, and they're more likely to pay attention to that moment. So, again, if I go back to my example, and I decide now that I'm going to use more space, because I want to have movement, so I'm going to walk into my tableau with sound, and then hold that moment, and then I'm going to transition with sound and movement, and then hold that moment. So, this might be an example. So hopefully you saw that use of sound going into silence and movement going into stillness more dramatically interesting. So today we have looked at this technique called tableau. It's a technique that we can expand, as I said, all the way here at Polesworth up to A level and beyond. We have students working now in professional theatre, and it's still one of the critical building blocks for both rehearsal and performance. We've looked at the posture that you take as an actor. And by posture, I mean the line of your spine, whether you're upright like a soldier or slouched down, your feet and your head. We've looked at movement and transition, and we've looked at our use of space. I invite you, Year 6, to share your work with us. It may be that you want to share a single tableau as a photo image, or your sequence as a very short video. We would ask that you ask your parents to share these with us on Instagram or Facebook, tagging us within them, and then we will be able to reshare. And you can see all of our details below. If you don't want them shared publicly, but you would like me to see them, I'm quite happy to give you some feedback, and again, my email will be below. We really, really look forward to meeting you in September, and to you having your drama lessons in this fantastic studio that we're very lucky to work in. Fully equipped lights, you might notice I changed the colour as I walked around during this lesson, and we'll be using lights and sound all the way through. We're also incredibly lucky, anybody who came at open evening, that during lockdown we've had a brand new floor laid. So we're really, really excited to get students working in this fantastic resource and space. There'll be lots of extracurricular activity opportunities for you as well. We can't wait to meet you. Take care and have a very restful summer.
Thank you very much, Miss Leftwich-Lloyd. I think there was definitely a bit of a lagging issue, but I think we got the general gist. Now, our next one is actually the last session, and then we're going to do a little bit of a farewell from me. And so before we move on to PE, I'm hoping that the lagging is going to sort itself out. I think it will. I think it. But let's have a go anyway. And obviously, you don't have to join in with the PE. It's more like an aerobics class, but it would be great if you could. What I want you to think about, because after this, we're just going to have a quick Q&A session. So if you've got any more questions, then please, please, please write them down. I can see a question there about your teaching group. Your teaching group you're in for almost all of your lessons. You'll be in a slightly different group for PE, for technology. But I will answer these questions a bit later. So I'm just going to go back to the video, and hopefully we'll catch up with our time.
Hello Year 7, well soon to be Year 7, Year 6 at the moment. I'm Miss Higgins and I am a PE teacher here at Polesworth. I'm also dance as well, and I'm sure you've seen me on our introduction video. I'll be your assistant head of year as well. So today we're going to do a little mini taste of fitness session, just so you've had an idea of what PE is. This is our gym actually, which you'll be using quite a lot when you come here to Polesworth. Now before we start, I've got a mat just because you're here. This floor is really echoey. So if you have got a carpet and you're on a carpet, that's fine. Or if you've got a towel or anything like that, a blanket you want to pop down, I'll give you a couple of minutes while I explain the extracurricular activities here to go and have a look for one. So here at Polesworth we do so many clubs, and Mr Hockridge, who's the head of PE, will be talking to you about this on your PE induction in September. But some of those clubs range from volleyball, football, netball, rounders, athletics, dance, fitness. There's something really for everyone, and like I said, you'll know all this information and when things are in September. So I'm hoping you've got something soft now, if possible. If not, don't worry, just take things a little bit easier. So we're going to start with a warm-up, then we're going to do a main activity and a bit of a cool-down. All right, and then we'll give you some summer challenges at the end. So first, we're going to start with a warm-up. So we're going to do 30 seconds of high knees. So I'm just waiting for my clock to 30. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. So I will have your hands out in front of you. Keep your knees right up, okay? If it's a hot day, then make sure you've got some water. If not, just keep going. So you've done 10 seconds, that's brilliant. Keep it going. Get those knees up every time. If you are struggling, you can just do walking knees. If not, keep your knees going. Brilliant, way over halfway. 10 seconds to go. We want to increase our heart rate, get our body temperature up. 3, 2, 1. Now we're going to do jumping jacks. Let's go. Now again, if this is a little bit tough for you, you can step out, or you can do it without your arms. But if not, let's go. Brilliant, 10 seconds already done. Should be feeling nice and warm now. Keep it going. 10 more seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fantastic. So we're going to do some lateral bounds. If you've got a mat, you're aiming to jump from edge to edge. Let's go. Now again, if this is hard, you can do little curtsies or you can jump. Try and keep those knees nice and bent.
Okay, folks, so I'm going to interrupt Ms. Higgins there for a second. Good action shot, because I've had two other people come in that want to introduce themselves to you. So we've got two of the heads of year. We've got next year's head of year 10 and next year's head of year 11. If you'd just like to come around and introduce yourself. Start off with Mr. Peak.
Hello, everybody. Hi, guys. I'll be the head of year 10 next year. And obviously, you can tell by my kit, I'm a PE teacher as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of you come into the extracurricular clubs and in PE lessons as well. But yeah, you'll love it here. It's a really good school. You'll have a really good time, and come and see me in the first couple of weeks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peak. And next up, we've got Mr. Ravenscroft.
Hi, folks. Hope you're having a good day. I'm Mr. Ravenscroft. I will be next year's head of year 11. So in 5 short years, you'll be in that position. You'll see me around school as well, because I'm a biology teacher over in the science department. So I don't think I'm teaching any year 7 classes next year, but you'll see me around. And as Mr. Peak said, you'll love it here. It's you get such a varied sort of selection of things that you can do, extracurricular clubs, all the different lessons that you're doing. So yeah, hope you are looking forward to it, and best wishes for September. Have a good summer.
Thank you very much, and I'll just take you straight back to Miss Higgins now.
Keep it nice and low, trying to keep our weight down. 10 seconds to go. Look, I'm getting out of breath now, talking at the same time. Just breathe deeply. 3, 2, 1. And final one is heel flicks. Let's keep it going. This is a good one to get your breath back. Really kicking your bottom each time. Now, if you're bored doing it on the spot, you can do it in a circle. And we've got 6 seconds to go. Fantastic. Let's just take a big breath. Really stretch up. Good. We're going to go into some stretching. So we're going to do knee hooks. Really pull your knee into your chest. Doesn't matter if it's here or here. And change. And change. And final one, and change. Oh, I haven't got my balance. Good, now put your feet wider than your hip. We're going to do little arm circles, going backwards, medium, and full arm swings. And we're going to go forward, slightly bigger, and full arm swings. Fantastic. From here, we're going to do a quad stretch. So again, we're finding our balance. Try and keep your knees in line with each other. Hold your heel to your bottom. If to make the stretch harder, tilt your pelvis underneath. You'll feel more of a stretch all the way down this muscle here. And change. There we go. You'll learn all about all the different muscles in PE when you come up and see us. Fantastic. Now we're going to do a dynamic stretch, which we're moving through. So you're going to put your heel out and scoop. Now miss your feet who you'll meet. She calls this scoop the chickens. So you're scooping them all the way up and in. Really trying to keep good form, which means good technique. That's it. Keep scooping. 4 more. Fantastic. And the final one, we're going to do nice side-to-side lunges. Keeping our knee over our toes. Hold it here. And stay low. And hold it here. And the other way. Fantastic. And hold. Brilliant, shake off. So, you should be nice and warm now. If you're feeling not very warm, you'll do some more stretches. You can pause this if you're replaying it, and you can do a bit more of a warm up again. You can repeat the activities I've done. So what we're going to move on to now is our main session. So we're going to do this twice through, and it's going to take us 4 minutes each time, because each activity is 30 seconds, but I have given you a 30-second rest at the end. So I'm going to go through some of the exercises first, and then we'll work them all together. Now the first one is down to you. You can do burpees. You can also do star jumps. If you're doing a burpee, you can add in a jump at the start, you can add in a press up. Or if you're thinking, I don't like burpees today, you can just do star jumps instead. Okay? Then we're going to do body weight squats, which means I'm not taking any weights with me, making sure our knees go over our toes. Okay? You're trying to imagine you're going down a wall so your back's nice and high, and as you go down and up, make sure your heels don't pop off. Then we're doing reverse lunges. Now this one's a bit exciting. If you've got something in your classrooms or your rooms that you want to use as weights, you can. If not, like I'm going to do today, I'm doing it body weight. So all you're going to do is reverse back and down. Now I'm on a soft mat, so I don't mind my knee nearly touching the floor. If you're on a slightly harder floor, please don't bang your knee because you'll end up with bruises. All right, then we're going to do walkouts, one of my favourites. So you roll all the way down, you walk forward into a plank, all the way back, and reach your arms up. And then the next one, we're going to move on to some core exercises. So this one's called low boat to boat. So you're going to hover, and you're going to go low boat, and in. Low boat, and in. Then we're going to move on to a Russian twist. So you're going to link your legs. We're going to keep our arms stretched for today, and you're going to go side, side. Okay? Our next one is the plank. So you can do any version of a plank, but the basic one is making sure that your full body's in line and your head is not dipped, it's in line with you. And the final exercise, which I'm sure a lot of you are going to love, is rest. So we're only going to do this twice. Now, if you find it super tricky, don't worry, do a few reverse lunges and then have a breather. The whole point is just giving it a go, okay? Everyone has different levels of fitness, different levels of space, so you just do your best. So we're going to go through this. We've got, in total, 8 minutes. Are you ready? I'm going to do it with you and talk, so I'm going to get super hot with this. Are you ready? So we're going to start. I'm going to do burpees, okay? Let's give it a go. Here we go. I'm going to do the slightly easier version. And in. Keep it going. All the way up. Again, you can just do it like this, or you can just do some star jumps. So you can be doing this instead. So keep it going, guys. You've got 15 more seconds. All the way up. Breathe in nice and deeply as you go. 3, 2, 1. So now we're going into body weight squats, okay? Let's go. My knees sometimes go in, so don't worry. Keep it going. You're already 10 seconds in. Deep breath, keep good technique. If you're struggling, shake your legs off, go back into it. At Polesworth here, we never give up, we just try our best. 9 seconds to go. Fantastic. 2, 1. Brilliant, reverse lunges. Remember, you can add something in if you want. So we're gonna go up, I'll show you with my arms. Or you can just have your hands on your hips. Brilliant, you've already done 10 seconds. Look, time flies by. Keep it going, breathe in. Fantastic. Remember, I touch my knee a bit on the floor because it's super soft, but don't bang your knee. 3, 2, 1. My absolute favourite, walk out, so reach the floor. Hold it, all the way back, and reach. Try and keep your knees stretched. They can soften a little bit as you go. You're already halfway. Yes, your hair will get in your face. You got, this will be your last one. 3, 2, 1. Onto our core exercises. Let's go. So we're gonna do low boat to high boat and wait for the clock. 3, 2, 1, and go. Try and keep your feet off the floor. Fantastic. 10 seconds already done. Nice deep breaths through your nose. I'm panting through my mouth, so that's not the best. Breathe through your nose. 2, 1. Fantastic Russian twist. Let's wait for the clock. Let's go. Keep those legs up as much as you can. Already 10 seconds. Done. Doing brilliant. Do it to call you year 6 or year 7. Call you year 7. Keep it going. Keep it brilliant. You've got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fantastic. Swivel round. Let's go straight into a plank. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. If you're really struggling with this, drop your knees but keep your form. If not, to make it harder, 1 foot on top of each other. Hold it there. And we're halfway. Fantastic. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's probably your favourite rest. Got 30 seconds rest. Give you a little bit longer. So let's shake off. We're gonna do that all again. This time, I want to think about you improving the amount that you did the last time. So if you did star jumps, try burpees. Even if you do 1, that's all that matters. Okay? Deep breaths in. We've got 20 seconds roughly. Let's go. Breathe. Fantastic. 10 more seconds. We've got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, burpees. Or you can do star jumps if you're super struggling, but I'm pretty sure you're all gonna give it the best shot you can. Remember, we all make mistakes. I make mistakes too, but just give your best shot. Fantastic effort, you're halfway. Brilliant, we're over halfway. 8 more seconds. Probably get 1 more in, guys. And up we go. Okay, we do bodyweight squats. Let's go. One of my knees do go in a little bit. I've got a dodgy knee. Try and keep yours straight if you can. Fantastic. 10 seconds done. Keep your chins up. We don't want this. We'll save that for dance. Keep nice and tall. Make sure you brace your abs. 5 more seconds. See, it's flying by. 2, 1. Fantastic. Reverse lunges. Remember, you can do it with a press if you can. If not, you just hold your hips. Fantastic. Halfway. Keep breathing. You can do it. We've only got walkouts in straight onto our core. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brilliant. Walkouts. Remember, you can have slightly soggy knees so you don't lock your knees and have an injury. So make sure you bend softly. Don't want any jarring like that. All the way up to the plank. Fantastic effort. I've lost track of time, but it's okay. We'll do another 15 seconds. This is my favourite one, so we can do longer. 10 more seconds to go. 5 seconds, so the last one. Brilliant, onto the floor. Let's go. Low boat. 2. Keep going. To make it easier, you can put 1 foot down. Okay. Keep it going. Your back might hurt a little bit. Mine's just done it several times. Keep it going. We've got 10 more seconds. Fantastic effort. Keep it up, guys. 2, 1. Fantastic. Russian twist. Let's go. Remember to keep your arms super stretched. Might be hard now, but push through that burn. 20 seconds to go. 15 seconds to go. Keep it going. Brilliant effort. Keep it up. 10 more seconds. Come on, guys, you can do it. You've only got the plank after this, and then we are ready for our cool down. 3, 2, 1. Brilliant. Swiggle round. Let's go. Hold it here. Take some deep breaths. Halfway. Well done. Keep it going. 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brilliant, guys. Roll up slowly. Now, it's really important. We've done a warm-up. We've done our exercises. We must cool down to prevent injury. And like I said, in year 7, you're going to learn a lot more than that. Are you ready? So, we are going to do arms up and reach, legs nice and wide, out, middle, through, swing back up, out, middle, through, twice more, out, middle, through, last one, out, middle, through. Fantastic, shake your legs off. So we're going to do some nice lunges to the side. Hold here, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and change, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shake your legs off. I'm looking down because I've got my piece of paper here. So let's hold it here, quad stretch. Oh, got no balance. Fantastic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring your knee in. And last time on the other leg. Remember, if you're really struggling to balance as well, you can hold your ear. Some people have their hands out. We have all sorts of people doing different things, but as long as it holds your balance. Remember to improve that stretch, just tilt that pelvis underneath, knee in. Good. Now we're not going to do it this dynamically. We're going to do this as a static stretch. So you're going to stay here. Make sure your feet are in a parallel train track. Your knee's not going out. Lift your toe up. You should feel the stretch now intense from the knee to the ankle and down. Up and down. And change. Up and down. Up, down. Good. Go through a plank to the floor and you're just going to stretch back. Here, hold there. Try and keep your pelvis on the floor and your hip. Try and not lift it up. Really sink back, shoulders down. And finally, enjoy the breathe. Enjoy the finish. Really trying to push your shoulders to the floor and away from your ears. And you've done. Well done, guys. So there's a little snippet, a very short, of what we will do in PE. That's like a fitness idea, but like I said, we've got clubs for netball, tennis, football, rounders, dance, badminton, and all sorts of things. Now, Mr. Hopkridge is going to explain your challenges for the summer holiday. So we've got a couple of challenges for you, which will be really exciting, and we are really looking forward to meeting you in September, and I'm very excited to be your assistant head of year for September. Have a great summer, look after yourselves, and see you soon.
Everybody, it looks like that's that's finished. So I have to say, let me see why I've got no picture on the screen at the moment. Hang on, bear with. There you go. There I am. Hang on. Now I'm trying to get both myself and Mr. Warden onto. There you go. Right. So well done for today, folks. I have to say, I'm exhausted just watching Miss Higgins and her energy. I feel like I've done a workout even though I've just been sat at my desk. I hope you've all had a good day. Obviously, it's not quite the same as normal. I do want to give you a couple of minutes just to see if you've got any more questions. I did have a few that I wanted to answer for you. So a lot of you have asked about the first day in September. So on that day, the Friday, the 3rd of September, is year 7 will be in that day, as will years 12 and 13, who are the sixth form. Don't worry about the older ones. You won't even see them really. And what we're going to do is you're not going to have any lessons. Well, you're going to have some lessons, but not your normal timetable. I'm keeping you off timetable that day. And you will be able, well, you'll find out more about it nearer the time, but you'll be meeting your form tutors and you will be meeting some other key members of staff. Now, my role as transition, I will be kind of keeping an eye on you for the first month at school, but Mr. Warden will be your head of year from day one. And I am in the process already of giving him all the information about you that I've been getting from your teachers at the moment. It's all good stuff, most of it. Somebody else asked about PE. You don't have PE every day. I think in year 7 you have maybe 4 or 5 lessons of PE over a 2-week period.
So I've just seen one about somebody asking if they can come in over the summer. That's something I've just
Right. To do what? No, we're not.
To look around.
No, unfortunately, the site is closed during the summer, mainly because we're having quite a lot of building work done. Yeah. So no, we're not. People aren't allowed to come here over the summer.
The other one I saw was about joining a club.
Right. So clubs, sports clubs, and all like non-sporty clubs, they will all start up hopefully in September. Mainly it's the PE ones. I'd speak to your PE teacher, but on that first day on the Friday is also going to be the PE department talking to you about what you're doing.
Yes, we have shows, don't we? We have performances.
Yes, we're doing Greece next year. You saw from Mrs. Glover's video that Year 7 aren't going to be able to be in it next year, but they will be able to take part backstage. I've just seen a question about if you're in French, can you switch to German? I'm afraid not. Sorry, that's not. It's not the case. Mr. Austin, is it coming home? I believe so. That's why we're doing the live Q&A early tonight and not at 7 o'clock or even later. Can you wear your hair down? Yep. Yes.
The question about rugby, that'll be better directed towards
PE teacher. We're not sure who the assistant head of year 7 will be yet. So as soon as we know, we will let you know. Can we read our own books at school? Of course you can. We do everything we can to encourage reading. I'm feeling fine. Thank you for asking, Kenzie. That's very kind of you. Music lessons we'll sort out when you start in September. I'm not sure if there is an art club. I'm just literally seeing the questions as they come in now. I'm not sure if there is an art club, but your best bet would be to speak to Mr. Gibson about that. Will you see other year groups in the hallways? Absolutely. I'm hope we've already, by September, the hope is that we're not going to be in any bubbles at all, so you'll just be using our proper rooms. Can girls play rugby? I believe they can.
Yes, they can, yeah. I'm well as well. Thank you for. I'm loving the care.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really nice.
How do I help up backstage? There'll be posters up about that, and also you need to speak to Mrs. Glover, the head of music. Same with any music or drama queries. I did see another one that I just was going to answer, and I can't see it now. Let me just have a look. Can you wear earrings for PE? No. I think that's a nice, simple answer, that one. No, they will make you take them out. Will I have classes with people who are not in my teaching group? Yes, only PE and technology, though. So all your other lessons, you will be in your teaching group. Can you use your phone at break and lunch? Yes. I don't know what that means. That one from the bros. I have no idea what that means. How does the cashless payment system work for lunches, please? Essentially, you will get a letter towards the end of the summer holiday. I'm going to talk about this with your parents this evening. There'll be a letter which will give you details of the cashless parent pay system, and you will also get a PIN number. I'll get more information for you about that and relay that to you this evening, sorry.
Breaks and lunches. Do you have the same break and lunch time as other year groups? No. So with breaks and lunches, you'll be on. Certainly with lunches, you'll be on staggered lunches. So you'll be at the moment they're on their own. I'm not entirely sure what's happening next year.
I don't know what's happening.
But well, as soon as we know, as I say, all these questions about, as Sir said, about music, sport, anything like that, you're not just going to turn up in September. It's like, right, there you go, get on with it. you're going to get all the support you need. And another thing, that's what your tutors are for. Your tutors will relay all this information as and when you need to know it. So please don't worry about anything like that.
There's no dress code. What does that mean? We have, thank you, Ava, for answering that question for me. Yes, there is, the dress code is the school uniform. I can't answer any of your COVID related questions at the moment. I'm sorry about that. How long do you get for lunch? You get half an hour for lunch. Somebody else also, do you need to have a laptop? Not really. I mean, it's nice to have one at home, but you don't need to have a laptop. Are we allowed to say hi to brothers and sisters? Of course you can, Emily. It's Erin, isn't it? Your little sister. Are you in class with people in your house doing the same language? So, not necessarily. So your teaching group has got people from all 4 houses in it. And it's, so you will be in classes with people from all 4 houses, but your tutor group is just your house. I don't know if there's a maths club, you'd have to speak to a maths teacher. Do you have to pay for the bus? Well, that depends whether you get a school bus or a service bus, but that's for your parents to sort out if they get in touch with Warwickshire Admissions. Are you allowed to read your own book? No, you can read your own book. Again, I say we actively encourage reading. Are we doing lessons on the first day, Kyle? Hello, Kyle. Well, yes, but not normal lessons. And I will explain more over the summer. But it's, it's an off timetable day and it's a settling in day. So it's not fully planned yet, but we're getting there. How often do you have tests? Whenever you finish each topic. I like these answers. I like this. I feel like I'm doing one of those like quiz shows where I'm going to answer as many questions as I can in a minute. How do you apply it for lessons in music? So you need to speak to Mrs. Glover in September, who is the head of music. And the colour of the houses. I feel like I've gone full circle. Arden is green, Kenilworth is blue, Stratford is yellow, and Warwick is red. Yes, you do need a big bag. I think we've answered a lot of these questions earlier today as well.
This is getting posted on Facebook as well, isn't it? So
it's
you'll be
there.
able to go back and access the Q&A.
And yeah, for those of you that are asking me if I know people, probably. I've been in this school a really long time. It's not really the forum. I want to learn the electric guitar. Well done, Lindsay. That would be great. You need to speak to Mrs. Glover about that. Anyway, right. So we are naturally coming to an end. Will all of year 7 be able to talk at lunch, even if they're not in? Yes, they will. You're a year group bubble. So you do things together as a year group. So you have break together, you have lunch together. Now, I'm not saying that you need to sit together, but you will be able to talk to other people. We're not like confining you into a room where you're not allowed to leave all day.
You don't have a seating plan at break, don't worry.
Yes, you can. And you'll quickly find your own group, and you'll quickly find what you people where people hang around at lunch and break time. Should we bring in the things that you set us over the summer? I would bring them in on the Monday, not on the Friday. I think it's a good question, Libby. Then Ethan, that's great. If you want to apply to be backstage, we can sort that out for you when you come here. Same with the drum lessons.
Anna, I'm going to be head of year 7, okay, and Mr. Roston is going to be part of transition. So that transition, when you start in year 7, Mr. Roston, I'm sure you'll see him about. He'll be supporting me and supporting you guys, and then there'll be a sort of handover where Mr. Roston will take a bit of a back seat, and it will just be me that you're dealing with at that point. Okay.
Because what generally happens, folks, is that my responsibility is to get you settled in, and then I move to the next year group. So then once you've settled in by the end of September, fingers crossed, I then start working with the current year 5s. So I'm not sure, you probably never experienced this really, because I wasn't able to come and visit you when you were in year 5. Just want to ask the thing about spellings. I know in some primary schools you have like regular spelling tests. I as a history teacher, I certainly don't do that. I'm guessing geography probably don't do that. I think English might do that and languages might do that, but it's not something, I wouldn't get stressed about it. I mean, the point of today is to reduce your stress levels, not to increase your anxiety levels. Sports, again, you'll find out about on the first day, but all sport that we do is cyclical. So you do a 6 week, you might do 6 weeks of football, then move to 6 weeks of circuit training, then 6 weeks of athletics. It really depends on the time of year, etc. Can I just say thank you for the nice comments that we're getting now. You are allowed calculators. In fact, you're expected to have a calculator. Do you have different classmates? No, you're in the set. Your teaching group is the group that you were taught in for pretty much all of your lessons on the day. And don't bring your PE kit on the first day. I'm going to stop now. So on that first day in September, September the 3rd, you need to go straight to the school hall. What if you were to go onto the school website? And unfortunately, I don't actually know. Oh, no, I can do that. I'm going to just see. I'm going to try and see if I can actually share the school website now to show you how we can do this.
Look at how far we've come today.
I know. I feel like I'm really learning here. So share screen. Let's see if I can do this. Ooh, and that's the one that I want. I don't know if I'm actually sharing. Is this on the screen or not? I have no idea.
I can't see it.
No, I don't know if I can share the screen, but I thought that was maybe getting a bit ahead of myself then. If you go onto the school website, onto the homepage of the school website, there is a green tab at the bottom which says Year 6 to 7 transition. And if you click on that link, so one, it's got a link for today's induction day. Then it's also got Year 6 to 7 transition information. You click on that. Now I'm doing this. You can't see that I'm doing this, but I am doing it. And there is the map of the school. There are tours of different buildings within the school. And there's also your transition booklet, school uniform and uniform guide. So there's a lot of information there. You've already had through the post as well. You've had a handbook and a transition book. Yes, you can print it off. Somebody's asked about a bag. We've talked about bags, right? Just get a sensible bag for carrying your stuff around with you. So I am going to close this off now. Thank you very much for today. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend today with you. Obviously, it would have been nicer if we'd done this in person, but you know, we've had to learn how to do things differently in the last year. So I just want to say a massive thank you, and tell your parents I'll see them from 6 o'clock this evening, 6 till 7. Not going over that hour because apparently there's some kind of football match going on. So I hear. Right, so that's a goodbye from me.
And goodbye from me. I've really enjoyed it, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you all in September.
Take care of yourselves. Have a good one. Bye.